What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Teardrop Pod. That is Teardrop Pod. Make sure you get it right. My name is Chris, and I am one of your hosts, joined today by my co-host, Andrew. How's it going, Andrew?
What's up, Chris? Doing pretty good. Pretty excited to be here. We've been talking about doing this for a really long time, so I'm glad that we're here finally making it happen. You know,
Me too, man.
This is a big deal.
You know, we are both big podcast listeners. I think we listen to a lot of the same folks. The big one, I think, being Kind of Funny. They're a podcast group we listen to that does movie, show reviews, mostly game stuff. And I'm sure you will see a lot of influence from them in our work and how we talk about stuff. But I think we're both just really passionate about games and media and the things we're passionate about. And I think through some conversations we had, I think what really got the ball rolling was when we both went to that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth concert last year.
Oh, yeah.
And I guess even preceding the concert, we'd had multiple conversations about Rebirth, which had been preceded by conversations about JRPGs. And it's just funny because you and I have known each other since high school, and we haven't really talked that much over the years. But when we have talked, it's always been these really long, deep talks about how passionate we are about the things that we get passionate about. And so knowing that you also listen to the same stuff I did, and you did your own streaming thing after I was doing my streaming thing, and so you were obviously used to doing some content creation. It was like we always had a very similar through line of interest and wanting to do something more with those interests. And I just feel like this is going to be a cool culmination of that, and I'm really excited to see what we do with it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, because I feel like we've been talking about this now for a couple years at this point. Maybe just a year. But I mean, we both have always been super passionate about the same games, and I think that's been the biggest thing. And we haven't had a chance to talk about that almost at all, like ever. So this is like our this is our catch up moment. We're gonna catch up on all that stuff while talking about all the new stuff, and then our kind of twist on things being making a tier list just about every episode.
So I guess
that's the biggest. Here, go ahead.
Yeah. Just to break it down. Yeah, you were doing a great job there. I think the vision we have for this show, just to give folks an idea of what we want this to be, and this is the first episode. We're recording in the middle of February 2025. So hopefully you're listening to this as a new fan, many years down the line, and you just discovered us and you want to get through this rich history of all the different conversations we've had. But the initial starting vision here was, we both knew we want to do a podcast. We both know we really love games and a lot of pop culture things. And so I wanted to have some unique aspect of it to make it stand out, so we weren't just two more dudes talking about games, because there's a lot of that. And one thing that you and I both did when we were streaming, and I think both really enjoyed, was making tier list. You did one for, I don't remember if it was every game you've ever played or just like your top 100 of all time.
Every game I had ever played. It was a monster.
Insane to me. And I've done a couple of like MCU and Disney Studios movies and Pixar movies, and those were always some of the most fun I had when I was making content. And so I thought to myself, people love lists. People love making lists and comparing lists and telling people what's wrong with their list and all these different things. And so I thought there's just an endless well of conversation you can have there. So in addition to us, I will bring my own topics each week in a ideal world. You'll bring your topics that you want to talk about each week. We will have some joint crossover topics that we'll discuss together that we're both excited about, whether it's news or the latest movie or the latest games or latest shows, whatever. And then we will typically have a main section at the end of the show with a tier list. It may be related to the topics that we discussed earlier. It may be totally random. And when we were going through some different ideas earlier in the week, as we were getting the ball rolling on this, I started a doc with you, and I just threw like 25 different potential tier lists on there. Like,
you just dumped so much stuff in there. I was like, you know what? Actually, this about covers everything. Actually, I don't think that I have a single thing to put in here.
There's just so much, I'm not gonna do any future spoilers here. You're gonna have to tune in each week to see what the given tier list will be. But I think we'll cover a pretty wide range of topics from, if you're not interested in video games, that is going to be a lot of what we talk about, but we hope that, we're interesting enough as we talk about it that you'll stick around to still listen in for things that do pique your interest, whether it's just random food lists or, like I'm a big movie guy, you're a big music guy. That's one thing that we talked about as well when we were kind of getting the ball rolling with this was, you watch a lot of like Marvel movies and, the big stuff, but I think you said that, correct me if I'm wrong, that you don't watch as many movies. And sometimes people rag on you for that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I get a lot of hate at work for some of the big ones that I've never seen.
And this is a great chance for us to help you remedy that. And I am very bad about just listening to the same video game music, choral music, soundtracks, whatever. Or, I listen to pop and regular stuff too, but a lot of the same stuff over and over again. And so I know you're a big music guy. And so I am hoping that you can help point me in the direction of some different things that will broaden my horizons, and we can use this as a platform to talk about that. So this is really a way for us to do some help, some self-help, but with each other.
Self-help, yeah.
Because that's how that works. All right, are you ready for the first topic of all time, ever, forever and ever on the Teardrop Pod?
Let's do it, dude. What you got?
All right. So what I'm bringing to the table this week is a little game I like to call Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. And it's not just me.
Oh, boy.
The people who made it also call it that. That is its name. This game is an interesting one. It's been out for a while now, but it came out at the end of last year. And spoilers for later in the episode, our main Teardrop pod topic, the main it's not the Teardrop Pod topic. I mean, I guess it is, but the main tier list that we're going to be doing is our top 10 2024 games. So this unfortunately does not make the top 10 on my list.
It doesn't make your top 10.
It will not be coming up later, but it is number 11 and it was number 10 for me at one point. And so I thought it would be nice to get it some honorable mention. This is a game that reviewed really well, but I know there were a couple of critics of whenever it first came out. So to give you an idea, this is a game by Bethesda and one of the games that is free on Game Pass now with their big purchase of Bethesda. So it's pretty interesting to see. This is the same developer that made the Wolfenstein games in the past, which, if you know anything about, those are games that are first-person shooter, very narrative-heavy games. And this game is similar in that vein, but that's almost where the similarities stop, because the actual combat, you get guns, but for anyone who knows anything about Indiana Jones, he doesn't really use them very often. And so it never feels like it's a game where you're meant to be doing that kind of, shooting and action kind of thing. It's much more simmy in a way. It's much more survival, stealth based, and really does have a heavy narrative focus on Indiana and really recreating the feeling of adventure and exploration that you see in those movies. Are you an Indiana Jones fan? Have you seen any of those movies before?
I've watched one Indiana Jones movie, and it was the one with Shia LaBeouf. I could not tell you the name of it. I did not like it at all.
Yeah, that's not one of the ones that I think people care for too much.
Crystal Skull.
Yes, the Crystal
I think that's
Skull.
what it is, right?
The fourth one, I think.
Yeah.
I am also not a huge Indiana Jones fan. I've watched a lot of them here and there over the years, like in bits and pieces, but I could not tell you, oh, this scene is from this one. This one is from this one, for the most part. And so I went in not really having a ton of affinity for the franchise, but liking Machine Games' other games that they'd made in the past. I like the Wolfenstein games. And it reviewed well enough. Again, it's on Game Pass, so it's free, quote unquote, in quotations, if you have Game Pass. So it's a very low barrier to entry. And the reason this game is number 11 and not 10 for me is that I think it starts off really strong, but is a lot of repetition in the gameplay. And I don't want to come off too negative right off the bat. Later in the episode, like I said, we'll be talking about things we love. So it's not just going to be all negative doom and gloom here. But I think this game kind of suffers from having a great story to tell and trying to make it so consistent with that world, but not necessarily knowing how to evolve on that as you play through the game. Because basically, the same gameplay loop that you're doing in the very first chapter of the game, you're doing at the end of the game. It's an open zone kind of structure to the world where you go to the Vatican, and it's this big open area where you have a lot of different puzzles that you can find, some of which you know what's going on, some of which you don't. In advance, I guess I should say, there's some clues that you may have gained leading up to that point that give you an idea. You can see in the B-roll here for our video listeners here, he's made a friend where he's bringing this fun American music to him, and he's just loving it. And there's moments like that why this game was in my top 10 at one point. I think that the performances, Troy Baker as Indiana Jones is one of the most insane performances I've ever heard, and that it is an impersonation that is so spot on. You would think that it's Harrison Ford when you're first listening to it. It's really impressive. And even as someone who doesn't have a huge backlog of knowledge on the Indiana Jones franchise, I could tell that it was true to the material, from the score, from the way that they shoot certain things. You know, when you watch these older movies and they really like to hang on to these shots longer than they do now, I feel like in modern movies, there's a certain way that the movies are literally filmed that I feel like they really recreated. And, no spoilers, but the opening section of this movie is a very clear homage to one of the older movies, in a way that almost feels like I wonder if they just took this as like their proof of concept when they were trying to pitch this game to get made. Be like, we can make an Indiana Jones game. Look how authentic this is. And I think that authenticity really, really makes the game enjoyable. You know, I'm a huge Uncharted guy, and I feel like everyone always says that Uncharted is, like Indiana Jones in a video game if it were ever to be made well. And I think that one criticism the Uncharted games sometimes get is that people feel like the gameplay is not, it's a little bare bones, but that gameplay is, third person action and has a lot of big set pieces. And I don't feel like Indiana Jones and the Great Circle has those set pieces enough to keep it engaging all the way through. I think the last half of that game is actually really great because they narrow it down. Like I was saying earlier, it starts with these big open zone areas like the Vatican or some other, I don't want to spoil where you go or anything like that, but you go to other parts of the world and you're kind of plopped there and you're told to explore and figure out what you can find, whatever Indiana is currently looking for in that area. And because the moment to moment gameplay is really just, all right, I'm going to sneak up on this person, find some environmental item that I can use to knock them out, and then move on. And I don't feel like that the AI is smart enough in the game to really make that engaging. There's a lot of instances where I feel like I should have been seen and I wasn't. And when you're in these big open zone areas and you want to explore, and it's like, okay, well, I'm going to this big tower, and I feel like I have to creep around and not really have the freedom to look where I want to without going through this kind of slow, methodical, monotonous, but not satisfying combat loop. It's a little unfortunate. And when you're not sneaking, you're doing melee punches, which, if you've ever played Oblivion or Skyrim or, these first person games where you're using your fists, there's always a certain level of jank that I feel like you can never fully get away from. And I think this is much better than those games in that sense, because that's it's not like you're casting spells or trying to do bow and arrows and things like that, like you would in those two. It's just punching. So it's a little more fluid, but it is still, at the end of the day, that gameplay loop doesn't work. But there are a lot of things that really do, I think, with the presentation, like I said, the um, score, like I said, and the puzzles. The puzzles are really satisfying, and obviously that's a huge part of Indiana Jones's character. I mean, he's an intelligent person, and seeing him go to these areas and have to try to figure out these puzzles that I would say are generally more intricate than what you would see in a regular action adventure game. There were a couple that really made me think, and I really appreciated that, and they felt satisfying. There are moments where you're going through these caves and you have the big fire pit beneath you, and like I remember thinking, wow, this really feels like an Indiana Jones movie, which is a cliche I know to say. Is like, it makes you feel like Indiana Jones, and there are a lot of moments like that that really work well. And so I think it's an enjoyable game. If you have Game Pass, it's definitely something worth checking out. And I think one other thing that I wanted to point out is the way this game does side content is really, really interesting, because they don't call it side quest. It's called field work. And the level of attention to the cinematics and the way those extra side quests are integrated into the main quest is way more fluid and natural than I think 99% of other games do. I think that's something else that's really commendable about it. So I think there is a lot to like about this game, but I ended up not putting it in my top 10 just because I did finish it, but I took a break from it, and I seriously considered not coming back just because I was getting really bogged down in some of those areas where I felt like I'm just literally there. There's nothing else to this gameplay loop really that I'm having to do on a moment to moment basis until you get to the latter half, where they have a couple of more set piece moments that feel like more linear, and you know exactly where you're supposed to go, and it's less about sneaking around for the 20th time and more about either the puzzles that I think are interesting or kind of just running and getting out of there and doing what you got to do. So it's a good game, but not quite on my top 10, but definitely still worth mentioning, I think.
It's one that I've been meaning to try for a long time. Like, I mean, ever since it came out, it's caught my eye. Those first couple trailers that they showed for it, before it came out, it looked a little finicky to me. Specifically in the combat department. Like, I've never been a fan of any of the Elder Scrolls, like, kind of, I know, crazy. But like that like first person, like melee, like combat style. The only game that's ever worked for me in is like Dead Island. I don't know why. That's but like, so something about that kind of set me off from it in a way that was just like, no, I think I'm okay. And then the reviews started to come out, and they were here and there. Some people really liked it, some people didn't really like it. I feel like they were generally favorable, but I had way too much to play at the time. It's like, this can sit on the back burner for just a little bit. Yeah. But the one good thing that I heard everybody talk about was the puzzles. I mean, everybody seemed to like the puzzles a good bit.
Yeah, I think that they're really, for the most part, really engaging. And like I said, you go to different areas and they feel authentic to those areas. And I think that's a really cool thing. Like, I wanted to spend more time exploring in those environments. It just, the repetition did kind of set in. But I remember after the end of the first zone, I was like, dude, this is great. Like, I did almost everything in that area, and I really enjoyed it. And then I got to the second one, I was like, oh, this is just like before, except I'm
more of the same.
Less interested in this area, and I'm already getting a little burnt out from doing that same thing. So it's your mileage will vary, I think, depending on that. But I mean, to its credit, Mare, my wife was watching me play some of it. She was like, man, this really makes me want to go watch the movies. And I was like, yeah, it makes me want to do the same thing, because it feels very authentic. And so if you are a fan of the franchise, especially if you have Game Pass, it's an easy try. But if you don't, if you're a fan of the franchise, I think there's a lot to like here. And if you're neither, and you're just a stealth, well, I can't fully recommend it if you're just looking for a good stealth game. But if you're looking for a good puzzle game with some extra stuff to it, even then, I would say it's worth checking out. But I
was gonna ask, how would you like pair the stealth mechanics of it up to like a Dishonored or like a, oh my god, what is it called?
Or
Deathloop. Jesus, Deathloop. I don't know why I could not think of it.
Yeah, It's a good question. Dishonored, I really loved the first one, but I also bounced off of it the first time I played it. But then I went back and platinumed it, which required you beating it multiple times. So I got like super invested. It doesn't have nearly the depth that that game has. And I played a little bit of Deathloop, but I fell off of it and I didn't go back to that one. So it's weird how this specific style of games sometimes I'm always want to like it clearly because I keep trying them, but sometimes they have to pull me back in. I do like stealth games in general. I've played a lot of the Hitman stuff and back in the old Assassin's Creed days, but I would say that it is not as pure of a stealth game as those because, I mean, you have options to go loud in those games too, but in this game, it's truly, like I said, you do run into guns and like Indy has his, pistol, but the whole joke in the movies is like he only pulls it out like once, and in those instances, he just hits them once and they're down, and this it takes like three, like every enemy is a bullet sponge, so it feels like you're encouraged to not use ammo in that sense. And so I like games that give you the option to do both. But if you're gonna make me go silent, do something like Hitman where I have a dozen different ways I can figure it out. And unfortunately, I don't think this gives you that same kind of freedom, especially because Dishonored specifically, I think a huge part of that game's appeal is the mobility you can have with like the blink ability specifically, and being able to jump from point to point to point. And again, those games are much more linear. You're kind of going through the levels. There are different paths you can take to get to the end, but you generally know where you're going. And when you're in these big open zones and you're spending a lot of time getting from point A to point B, and you want to explore, but then you have these camps that are along the way that are like supposed to be your points of interest that you're engaging with, but then you have to spend 10 minutes very slowly crouching along, bonking this guy on the head, hoping the other guy didn't see it. Now go bonk him on the head. It just doesn't hold up for the full length of the game, but it is fun. Even that part is fun in the beginning, I think. So definitely worth checking out.
All right. Well, yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out for sure. I've been meaning to for a long time, so it's nice to hear some at least kind of nice things about it.
It is a good game. It is a good game, and I think that the more we talk about stuff on here, the more I will hopefully. One of my biggest problems, I feel like when people are ranking and rating things, we're so afraid of the bottom half of that like score list. When we're ranking things like 1 to 10, if something is like a 7 now, that's like bad. That's not okay or good.
Right.
People consider that to be bad, and that is good. Like a 7 out of 10 is a good score, and that's what I would give this. I would probably give it a 7 out of 10. It is good. It's a good game.
There's some 7 out of 10 games that are like my favorite games of all time. Yeah. Like, I mean, 7 is definitely not bad. You start to get into the 6s and the 5s, and then we start to get a little more meh. But yeah, 7 definitely seems to be like the end all be all. If you're not better than this, you're bad.
I hope we can explore more of that on our show, where we'll have much more nuance and careful takes. I'm sure that no one will get upset about.
Of course, no one will ever get upset. Definitely.
Exactly. But that's the only topic I have for this week. We have a lot of other things I know we want to get through. So what did you want to bring to the table this week?
So this week, I went back. So there was a big deal going on online I think it was on PlayAsia. The Mega Man Legacy Collection, the Mega Man X Legacy Collection specifically, can't forget the X, was on sale for like $3.
Wow.
And I was like, oh yeah, put me in there. Like it's got the first 4 Mega Man games on it, I think. And growing up, Mega Man was like one of my like big childhood games. We were a Genesis household, so it was Sonic. We'd go over to my grandpa's house. It was Mega Man. He had a Super Nintendo. He had Mega Man X. Me and my cousin, we would sit there and we would play it for hours. Every single time that we went over there for years, and we never beat it. We literally never beat it.
Those games are hard, right?
So
like that's kind of.
They are really hard, and especially because this game has like a. it has a save feature, but when you're 5 years old, you don't realize that it's a save feature when it just shows you a giant number at the end of your, on your game over screen.
Was that like back when they did like the passwords? It's like you'd have to put that back in whenever you were, you know what I'm talking about? I know like some of the old Game Boy games would have.
Yeah, that's exactly what this is.
Crazy.
Yep. So it's a password deal, and like I said, when you're 5, it's like you got no clue what that is. Like I'm like, what is this giant number? Why is it? It's like whatever, just start up the game again, and we'll just go from there. But so yeah, I went back. The collection has a save feature, and I went on there. I saved a bunch. I got a bunch of game overs because it's still really hard. But I ended up beating it. Finally over. It took me 20 years to get there, but I finally beat Mega Man X.
That's gonna feel good.
It felt amazing. It felt so good. The final boss is extremely difficult, but I mean the game feels really, really good. They give Mega Man a dash in this game, which for me, like on a Super Nintendo game, is insane. It gives him so much more mobility and makes just like general moving around so much better than normal Mega Man games. Because normal Mega Man games, it's like left, right, and he just walks extremely slow.
Yeah. Like
painfully slow. It's so hard to watch those games or play those games for me personally. So for him to have, this dash, he can wall jump, like all that kind of stuff. It makes it a much more like modern, like still playable to this day. I think it's aged extremely well. And I mean, yeah, it's just a good time.
Yeah.
Just front to back. I think there's about 15 bosses, about 15 different levels. And it only took me maybe 3 hours total. It's really short. I mean, you can just kind of speed your way through the entire thing. There's tons of, different collectibles and stuff like that, which is par for the course for like a Mega Man game.
Yeah.
And all the different, power-ups and upgrades and stuff. Every boss has like kind of like a Pokemon type weakness.
Right.
Which to me in like a run and gun like platformer is a super cool idea. To get into a boss, it's like try every single one of your weapons, see if you have its weakness. If not, you're probably going to die to this boss because they're all really hard and they have a ton of health.
Yeah. Why do you think we haven't seen more modern Mega Man titles? Because I feel like it's one of Capcom's biggest franchises, and there's obviously a big group of people that are really passionate about those games. I mean, I know, what was it, Mega Man 11 came out a couple of years ago, I think.
Yeah, and Mega Man 11 came out in like 2019 or 2020.
I don't think it sold super well, and so obviously that's probably the answer is sales. But I don't know. It feels like that's a market, especially where we're seeing so many other kind of 2D side-scrolling games, which I know it's not a side-scroller like a Metroidvania or something like that, but it's close enough that it feels like there is a void there of people who would want that style of games. Do you think we'll see something new from them?
I would hope at some point. I mean, there's no chance that Mega Man is like a dead franchise by any means. I mean, I think Mega Man, Mega Man is big enough to stay around forever. He's got that kind of staying power, and that's a big franchise. And I think one day they'll try to bring back. They'll try to bring back Mega Man in a more modern sense, not even in the sense of because like Mega Man 11, they made a 3D side scroller essentially, and that was kind of it. That was their way of like modernizing it. But if they come back with like a cool art style, really cool movement, like do the kind of thing that a lot of today's platformers and like Metroidvanias are kind of doing, where like movement is a big deal. If your game doesn't feel good to play, people probably aren't going to buy it. Like, unless, you just got the diehards that just want to move left and right and jump and that's it, which is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I enjoy a ton of games like that. But
I just feel like that you're talking about with the different bosses having different weaknesses and things like that. That's such a cool, unique thing. That I guess, even if it's not with Mega Man, I'm surprised we haven't seen more of that kind of concept taken and applied to other things in a similar
definitely
way.
I think it kind of has something to do with the fact that, I mean, Mega Man games, the game starts up with a little menu and you can basically pick whichever level you want to go to. Right from the start, you can go to, whatever boss you're supposed to fight last or whatever boss you're supposed to fight first. You can pick any order that you want to do them in. So I think if more games kind of went that route, then I could kind of see something like that. I think that it's easily like the coolest mechanic in the game. Anytime that I get to a boss and I try out a different power up on a boss, I'm like, ooh, that does a lot of damage. Like, and then just absolutely go to town. You can kill an entire boss in 3 seconds versus 3 minutes. It's a really cool game. It's a really, really good game, and I'm gonna keep on playing them. I want to try to clear them out. I bought the second collection as well. There's 8 Mega Man X games, I think,
which is different from
and I'm
regular
gonna
Mega
try
Man.
to play through all of them.
There's Mega Man X, and then there's regular Mega Man.
Correct. I don't know what makes them different. I know that in this game they call who we would normally call Mega Man, they call him X, like that's his name.
Right.
So I don't know if they're 2 different Mega Men. Who knows?
I think they are. I think there is X, and then there's Mega Man. This franchise is a huge blind spot for me, and I know there are people probably screaming at us right now, like, you idiot! How do you not know the difference? I do think they are 2 separate characters, but I have played so little, I can't say definitively, and I don't want to say incorrectly because then people get even more angry. So, but I do know they were different numbered entries too, because it's like, what I think you said 8 or 9 Mega Man X's, and then 11.
Yeah, I think there's 8 or 9 X's. Yeah. And then there's all of the GBA like strategy kind of, what are they called? Battle Network.
Yes. Yeah. I know there's
Battle Network. There's Legends. Like there's so many different like little spin-off franchises from Mega Man. And truthfully, Mega Man is kind of a big blind spot for me as well. Like I know this game. That's about it. I bought 11 whenever it came out, and it was okay. I played it for like a level, and then I was like, this is cool, I guess. And then I put it back down.
Now you're a master. I mean, you beat it.
Now I'm a master.
Your childhood version of yourself. If you could go back in time, I'm sure there's a lot of things you'd want to say, but that's got to be top of the list.
I would probably tell my childhood self to write down the freaking password, and that way we could beat the game already. Yeah,
that would be a little. But then you'd really mess with the timeline, because you'd probably beat it way earlier. You'd be a totally different guy.
Whoa, maybe you're right. Maybe I would have beaten all 8 of them by now. Shoot,
and then you could have
so hung up on the first one.
Difference between Mega Man and Mega Man X, so really would have helped us out. So hope that comes to fruition.
Definitely. But yeah, highly recommend if you have an afternoon to spare to sit down and play through 10 or 15 Mega Man levels. Highly recommend playing this game.
Yeah, those classic games are cool, especially cool when they can really age well like that. So awesome.
Definitely.
All right, next up on the docket, we're on to our joint topics, so your stuff that we both want to have a chat about. And the first one is this week's, or I guess now last week's, PlayStation State of Play presentation. So middle of February. For those who don't know, PlayStation has these showcases every now and then where they there's the PlayStation State of Plays, and then there's the PlayStation Showcases. The PlayStation Showcases are typically more focused on Sony and PlayStation, their specific games. Those are usually bigger. They have, more exciting announcements. But this was a State of Play, so they partner with a lot of their other third-party folks to kind of help share the news, the stuff that's still coming to PlayStation, but not necessarily their game. So there was one of their own games that they closed the show off with that we'll get to later. But I have everything here that was announced. I think we're just going to kind of try to quickly go through it, and if we have anything to say about it, then you and I can share our thoughts as we go. Does that work?
Yeah, let's do it.
This is not put in the order that they were shown in the presentation, so if you're following along that way, I apologize. But first up on this list is Borderlands 4. Got a release date for September 23rd. Are you a Borderlands guy?
I was a Borderlands 2 guy. I was a massive Borderlands 2 guy back in the day.
Yeah.
I played Borderlands 3, and it was not doing really anything for me. I mean, it was fine. The story is what kind of got me into Borderlands 2. And the gunplay, of course, was cool, and like the idea of, it was my first looter shooter. But
I think it was really
3. I didn't stick with very long.
Yeah, I mean, I think 1 and 2 were both revolutionary in a way for the time. I mean, there were no real games like it. I don't think loot was as much of a focus in games as it is now, back then. And so I think it was really unique in the fact it was all seamless co-op multiplayer. There was a lot about it that was really cool. You know, they really hyped up, oh, there's a bajillion different guns and you're never going to see anyone twice and stuff like that. And
I'm pretty sure that's the exact term that they used.
Yeah, it was always some nonsensical jargon. But you know, I also really enjoyed 1 and 2, and 3 I think had some of the worst dialogue naming in a game. I mean, some of the least likable characters, and those antagonists especially. And I ended up playing it solo too, which means you know that loses a big part of the appeal for these games that are designed in some ways, I feel like, around co-op multiplayer. So I really was not excited for this game, but I thought that the footage they showed in the showcase was actually pretty cool looking. You know, if I could find some folks to go through it with, you know, the other trailer they showed before this, I think at the Game Awards last year, was much shorter, but seems like they're going for a darker tone, maybe a more serious tone. And hopefully that means they realize that some of the cringe humor and stuff like that in the last one didn't really
is kind of wearing off.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I am more interested in this than I thought I would be, is where I come down on it, I think.
Same. I think we're in the same boat on that one. It looks a lot better in the showing than just about anything I saw from Borderlands 3.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty pumped about it.
Maybe we'll hop on together, have a little co-op gameplay going on there. I can make it more fun.
Let's do it.
The next thing on this list is Darwin's Paradox, and this puzzle platformer releasing 2025 on PS5. Take on the role of Darwin, an octopus snatched from the sea and thrust into a mysterious food factory. Darwin has all of the evolutionary features of an octopus, including the ability to climb almost any surface, camouflage himself, and also the skill to shoot ink to evade his enemies. I think this one was from Konami.
Yeah, this game looks sick. Honestly, I'm super in.
You know, it's one of those ones. I mentioned Game Pass earlier and how Indiana Jones I think is great, especially if you have Game Pass, because it's a tougher pill to swallow, I think, spending $70 on something that has certain flaws for, you know, that I would say ended up impacting my experience. This obviously would not be a full $70 game. This looks like an indie kind of thing. If this comes to PS Plus or Game Pass, like that, I would love. It's one of those games I would love to try. I appreciate the tone of it. Like we're seeing, if you're watching the video version, there is this weird combination of like goofiness with kind of like a darker undertone, because like it said, it wakes up in this unknown factory, and it looks kind of creepy. You know, I kind of took it as like a joke at first, whereas like he wakes up in a factory, they're just gonna turn him into, you know, food or something like that. But I don't know. It almost looks like there can be some bigger kind of thematic story things going on here.
Yeah,
but looking at it again, yeah,
just the fact that it's a Konami game. Like Konami is making a new game in 2025, not a remake. This is a brand new game.
Yeah.
That's more like the shock factor to me, is that we're not making pachinko machines anymore.
Yeah.
Like we're back to being a game dev, and that's the really cool thing.
Yeah, looking at it again, I do think there's more creativity to it than I gave it credit for. I think I'm interested. So
yeah.
Next up, there was an update for the game Dave the Diver, where they're adding some characters from the Like a Dragon series, the Yakuza games, specifically Ichiban, and I forget the guy's name, but the bartender of the bar that he usually goes to. I haven't played Dave the Diver. I think I bought it at one point, or maybe I have it on one of those services we talked about, like PS Plus or something. This was enough to remind me, hey, I should look at that game, but doesn't do a ton for me. But
best indie game that year. Best indie game.
We'll have to save that conversation for a different time. But
well, yeah, we'll save it for another time.
Yeah, cool. I love Ichiban. He's probably my favorite protagonist in video games, and it's always cool to see Yakuza getting a little more attention. But not necessarily the thing for me. Do you have any other thoughts on that?
Not really. I mean, I think that it's cool that Dave the Diver is getting all of these cool, like, kind of crossover things that got Godzilla,
right.
like, And I feel like they got another one, but you know, we sit there and we watch the Like a Dragon trailer before it, and then you know Ichiban comes up in Dave, and I'm like, you know what? Actually, this makes perfect sense. I didn't even question it.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, it looks cool.
Next up, they announced Days Gone Remastered. This is a PS5 upgrade for the PS4 game Days Gone, made by Bend. And I never played the... That's not true. I played a little bit of the original and fell off. I do think, you know, one of the topics I was going to bring up today was The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, because I just got through playing that with my wife, and that game, I love that game anyway, but the features they added for Remastered specifically, easy $10 sell. I mean, if you already own the copy, it's only $10 to upgrade. And I think that people really like to say this is such a waste of time, resources, whatever. My interpretation of it is that these studios are being given these projects to work on in between things, so that those folks don't have to be laid off when they're kind of not having as much work to do on the main projects, depending on where they're at in the work cycle for those things. So I think it's a net positive, especially if you're going to offer it at that rate for folks. If it's a $10 upgrade, I mean, that's not much, you know, and I don't... it says this one also includes new content, including survival, arcade mode, horde assault, permadeath mode, and more. I don't think this sounds as extensive from a feature standpoint from what The Last of Us Part 2 added, which to me specifically was the lost levels and the roguelike mode. I mean, the horde assault mode they're describing here, I guess, is somewhat comparable to that. So maybe a little less bang for your buck here, but still, if you've been interested in this game and you had it for some reason, but never got to it, then that's an easy $10 in my opinion. And I think unpopular opinion, think it's cool that these things exist, because I think it helps keep them more accessible, which is always a good thing.
Exactly. It keeps them more accessible. It gives people jobs, or keeps people jobs. And that's like, I think that's like one of the biggest things, you know. People can, you know, get mad about it all day and say, oh, you know, there's a better use for your time. Sometimes there isn't, you know. Yeah. I'm excited to try this out. I've never tried out Days Gone. I heard mixed things about it whenever it first came out. So they gave it to us for free for like PlayStation Plus, like the free games. So hopefully I can just upgrade for $10, and then yeah, why not? I'll jump into it.
That's what I am thinking. Next up, Digimon Time Stranger.
I'm in.
Is that ironic or?
No, I'm actually in. Truthfully, it looks cool. I
don't know a thing about Digimon, dude. So I'll let you lead the charge on this one.
I know absolutely nothing about Digimon. All I know is this trailer was looking cool. The trailer looks so cool that I thought it was Scarlet Nexus 2. For like 2 solid minutes, I thought this was Scarlet Nexus 2. And then something happened. Yeah, right here is where I think if you're a video watcher, it kind of looks like the little shadowy people. And then all of these Digimon just start falling out of the sky. I'm like, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen. It looks like it's like maybe turn-based. Looks like there's like some, you know, open world kind of traversal sort of deal. I've never played a Digimon game. I've never watched a Digimon cartoon, but this looks cool enough and anime enough to me that I'll at least check it out. You know, if it goes on sale or something.
That's you'll be the rep for Digimon for this podcast. That's important. We want to appeal to all people here. Now, I know nothing about the brand, nothing about this game specifically. It says, in this JRPG, players will travel between the human world and the fantastic realms of the digital world, and features an improved battle system, fan favorite characters like Algamon and Omegamon, as well as other Digimon and brand new roles. So, you know, if you decide you don't want a Switch or a Nintendo console, but you want a creature JRPG, here you go, dude. You're set.
This is for you.
You don't need that Switch 2. Don't let them tell you otherwise. Next up on this list, Directive 8020, a Dark Pictures game. This
is your joint right here.
I am stoked for this. I have lost some faith in Supermassive Games with the Dark Pictures games that have come out, but I think they are a little overhated. This one specifically. So for those who don't know, Supermassive made a ton of story choice-based horror games for PlayStation and then went multi-platform in the years past. Their big breakout was Until Dawn, this awesome, like very intentionally campy, I think, slasher horror game starring Hayden Panettiere and oh my god, what's the other guy's name? Rami Malek. All these big kind of actors. And the whole appeal of the game is like you make these choices that determine whether these characters live or die through the night and stuff like that. And they're actually about to make a movie out of it, which I'm sure we'll talk about on this podcast because I can't imagine it's going to be good, but I'm hoping it will at least be interesting. But this is the newest game from those developers who seem like they're going a direction with this one where it's like The Thing meets Alien, where they're stuck on this spacecraft and there is this organism on board that can change its shape to kind of manipulate anyone or anything it sees. I think this one looks like their best one they've had in a long time. You know, they made a couple of other games in what they call the Dark Pictures Anthology in the last couple of years that are smaller games, but same exact concepts with different settings. Some of them will work better than others. I have played 3 of the 4. The only one I haven't played was Devil Inside, I think is what it was called, the last one. But I even also played The Quarry, which I thought The Quarry was good. They've never, I feel like, quite hit the heights of Until Dawn, but these narrative choice-based games are always my jam. The horror ones, I think, can be really fun. They're always fun to play with other people. Mare loves horror and loves watching me play games, so these are like a match made in heaven. I know I will be, as long as reviews for this one are not terrible, I will be getting it. And I'm excited.
This is definitely the one that's caught my eye the most of any of the ones that they've ever shown.
Yeah.
I'm normally not huge on these kind of games. I tried Until Dawn, and for some reason it didn't do anything for me.
Classic.
I'm in the minority on that one for sure. But this one being, you know, more like sci-fi kind of stuff, I'm a massive sci-fi guy. So this is more up my alley. I could definitely see myself jumping into this one for a little bit.
Yeah, comes out October 2nd. So I'm cautiously optimistic. It's the biggest break they've had between their games in a while. They were really pumping them out pretty quickly there for a couple of entries, and so I hope the break means that they've taken a little more time. But
yeah. Definitely.
Next up was probably the weirdest game in the showcase, Directive 8020. Oh, sorry. That's what we just did. The next game was Dreams of Another.
Oh, yeah.
The description for this one is Q Games introduced Dreams of Another, the newest addition to the Pixel Junk series, coming to PS5 and PSVR 2 this year. This third-person exploration action game is built around the philosophical theme, there is no creation without destruction. Rather than destroying objects by shooting, your shots materialize and rebuild the world. This unconventional mechanic offers a gameplay experience that challenges the norms of the genre and invites players into a whole new dimension. So, for those who aren't watching, you're this guy, this very pixelated-looking person thing, that has like a submachine gun on their back in this world where everything is very polygonal and square and blurry, and when you just kind of shoot around you, rather than things, like it says, exploding or dying, things are being created in real time. Like you're watching this door form as you kind of shoot this brown like combination of colors in this kind of blob in front of you. It's very interesting, very artsy. It looks like, and as a concept, I think you can do so much with their quote. There is no creation without destruction. But it does look very weird and very artsy, which I can get behind. What did you think about this one?
I can definitely get behind it too. Watching it, I was kind of unsure of what I was looking at. Me and Kayla, we were both watching it at the same time, and we both just kind of had this like perplexed look on our face like the entire time. And upon reading some articles after it came out, I was like, okay, you know what, I can get on board with this. It seems like a really cool concept, but just the initial like, what is this, kind of threw me off. But yeah, I think that it looks cool. Like you said, very, very artsy, and I'm cool. I'm down with the artsy stuff. So it's something that I could see myself jumping into.
Yeah,
absolutely.
The more I see of it, the more interested I am, and I think that it's it feels very Journey-esque. Like I could have seen this coming from that game company, but I will keep an eye on it. Next up is Hell Is Us.
Ooh.
The description for this it doesn't really help. It says alongside a new gameplay trailer showcasing, teasing some of the characters in combat, action adventure, Hell Is Us revealed its PS5 release date in today's State of Play, September 4th. So I got a release date. I know this game was revealed before because I've heard of it, but I don't really remember much about this one. It didn't really. The thing about this one that stood out was I think this was the one with the creatures with like the white, like Slender Man looking styles and like the hollow heads, like the giant circle in their head. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah. You're remembering that exactly right. I think this is. Whoops. Sorry, my my cup holder just fell off my desk.
I thought you just dropped your water bottle. I didn't realize the whole thing went with it. It's like, bro, you missed.
No, I think that this got shown either at the last State of Play or the one before it. But it kind of looks Soulsy. It looks a little bit Soulsy. And I think the whole idea behind it, I've read some articles and heard some articles about it. It's a game where you're not supposed to go in knowing anything, and the game doesn't really give you anything. And that's like the big like shtick. Like it gives you like no like tutorials or anything and wants you to figure everything out for yourself. And like, I don't know how people feel about that. I think that kind of thing is cool. Like to just jump in. They don't even tell you what the buttons do. Like you got to figure out everything. No maps. I think that it looks sick. I don't know. I don't really have a ton to say about it other than I just think that it looks really cool and the art style is sick.
Yeah, I was a little on the fence about this one. I mean, it's cool. I mean, I like artsy stuff like that, but if that is the concept, it really for me depends on how I like challenging games, but if it's something where I'm constantly beating my head against the wall and I'm just going to end up having to look up something anyway, like those are the kind of things that I don't particularly enjoy. But there's a lot of variety in what I'm seeing here, so I think there is room for, it looks very Kojima-esque in a way.
That's what I thought whenever it first came up. I thought it was Death Stranding.
Yeah.
I thought it was Death Stranding too. I haven't played Death Stranding, so I don't really know anything about that game.
Yeah, and I don't know anything about these devs either. That's the other thing. It's like if you've proven to me that like, that's something that I should be looking forward to, then that's one thing. But I don't really know anything about the pedigree going into it here, so I'll keep an open mind.
Yeah, I looked them up, and there wasn't anything big that's come before this. But I think that this is going to be one of the really big games this year. I have a gut feeling about it.
We'll see. I forget. Did you put this on your fantasy league?
I did not. Somebody else did. I'm still scared to put it on my fantasy league. But
yeah, for context for folks, we Andrew and I and a couple of our other friends have a fantasy critic league, which is set up like fantasy football, but where we draft video games that we think will review well. And so for every point above 70 on Open Critic a game gets, we get a point. And for every point below, we lose a point. There are counter picks, this whole thing. So, I don't want to brag or anything, but I haven't lost one yet with our group. So,
this guy.
I know.
You won by the skin of your teeth last year. All right? You're not getting another one over me.
Probably the closest one. I'm not going to lie. I don't feel... Look, Andrew, don't tell the rest of the group this. I don't feel great about my list this year. It's probably the most concerned I've been yet. All right, but look, we're gonna pull through. All right, don't worry about it.
Are you gonna pull through?
Yep, don't worry about it.
I don't know, man. Civ 7. You want to talk about the 82? I don't
want to talk about Civ 7. Thank you though. All right, next up was Lies of P Overture. At one point, we talked about doing like our top 3 things from the State of Play that we just were most excited about. This would have definitely been on my list. This is
really
huge for me. I am so chomping at the bits. This DLC is taken forever. The Lies of P came out 2 years ago, almost at this point. I mean, a year and a half. It was 2023. And I love that game. I think that game is easily the best Souls-like of any kind of game that tries to mimic a lot of what the Souls games do. And the tone of it was cool. The gameplay felt the most varied and satisfying of any of these Souls likes. And apparently, this one's a prequel. And we've known there was going to be DLC for this game for a long time. Like, I want to say they said from launch, basically.
That sounds
The way this game ends is actually bonkers as far as what they are implying is going to happen next. For those who don't know, Liza P, you play as this version of Pinocchio who is kind of having to battle all of these puppets and decide. You're given these choices as you go, basically, if you want to lie or tell the truth, and that impacts how the game plays out and different things like that. But it's a Souls-like, and in that sense, there's more of a narrative there that's easy to follow than the Souls games typically are, but it still does leave a good bit up to interpretation and to the vibes. Like, it's just got this very gross kind of Renaissance. I don't know if that's the right time period, but like older era style as far as, you know, it looks like the main character Pinocchio looks like Timothy Chalamet, but in, you know, like an 1800 fit. So
a little bit, yeah, I can see that.
I thought that this trailer looked amazing. It's a prequel, so it shows you the world. As much as I want to see what is coming next in this story, it does show you what things look like before it got really dark and desolate in the main game, so that's cool. And I will be buying that on day one for sure.
Yeah, I still haven't gotten around to playing Liza P. I didn't even know anything about that, about there being like dialogue choices and stuff like that. You kind of just sold me on it, so I think I'm gonna hop into that because this trailer looked amazing.
It's on Game Pass, and it's one of those ones. You know, some of the Souls like I feel like try like Neo. I played Neo, and that game was fun, but I never finished it because I felt like it was challenging for the sake of challenging, but not as satisfying as it sometimes is in the Souls game.
Yeah.
Like Liza P was still very hard, but in a way that felt fair and felt very akin to the Souls games, where it's like you can memorize this, figure it out, and really adapt. It feels like a Souls game in the way that the combat is, but you also have the flexibility to change your builds more than I think you normally do those. So not in all Souls like, but you know what I mean. Fantastic. Can't wait for that.
Cool.
Next up, something else I'm also very excited about, Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii.
What a title.
It's just word soup, dude. It's just, those are just words they strung together without really thinking about it. This is I'll just read the description. If you've been readying to head to the high seas as RGG Studios' new action adventure when it launches next month, the studio has a nice surprise for you. Oh, just okay. Yeah, specifically what this trailer was about was showing that there's a demo coming and now out for this game that is taking place where you play as Goro Majima from the Yakuza franchise, but in the Hawaii setting that the last main Yakuza Like a Dragon game took place in. And it is going back to real-time action versus the turn-based action combat that we've seen in the more recent games. And I am a relatively new Yakuza fan. I have played Yakuza 7, Like a Dragon. I played The Man Who Erased His Name, and 8, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, the one that came out last year. Like a Dragon, Yakuza Like a Dragon, the 7th one, probably my top 20 games of all time. It's a flawed game.
Wow.
But it is so unique and it has so much heart and it is so funny that there's just nothing else like it. And I mentioned this earlier in the podcast already. Ichiban, I think possibly my favorite protagonist of all time. Definitely one of my favorite protagonists. He is incredible. And Goro Majima, who's the main character of this game, is kind of the fan favorite of the franchise before Ichiban. I mean, everyone loves Kiryu, the main protagonist for the games 1 through 6. But Majima was definitely one of the most popular characters that I even knew about before I got into the franchise. So I have gone back to Yakuza 0, the first game chronologically and prequel that really heavily features him, and I'm trying to finish that before this new game comes out, so I can get a little bit more context for that character because I don't know too much about him. I'm not going to finish it before the new game comes out. I can tell you that for sure, unfortunately. But I'm still really excited about this. I loved the naval combat in Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, and this looks very similar to that, somehow more so than Ubisoft's own game, Skull and Bones, that came out last year.
Oh boy.
And so I'm just excited to see how they kind of bring back the real-time combat with the ship stuff in the setting for the last game. They're kind of, it feels like such an amalgamation of all the different things that Yakuza has been at some given point. So I'm excited for it, but I don't know if I'll get to play it right at release, unfortunately, since I have to get through Yakuza 0 first. But
yeah. I've still never played a Yakuza game. You've talked highly enough about them. I'll give them a shot at one point. But this one will be on the back burner for a good minute.
Yeah. It's one of those franchises that I definitely think I would have gotten more out of the last game if I'd played all of them. But it's such an unreasonable ask to have someone play through.
There's so many
0,
games.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The Man Who Erased His Name, 8. That's at least 10 games, and I think I'm forgetting, one or two other spinoffs. I mean, it's just not. They're not short games either. So I kind of just tried to pick and choose as I go. But we'll be checking that out at some point. Next up is Lost Soul Aside. I'm going to let you take this one because I know you've been this game for a long time.
This game got announced in I think it was 2017. Maybe it was 2015. It got announced a really, really long time ago. Made by one dude. And then Sony eventually, approached him and was like, yo, we like your stuff. We want to help you out. We want to pay for some of this and, get this game released. And we've been slowly getting, little drip feed, just crumbs, every year. Here's a little 30-second trailer. Here's a Discord message from one of the devs. That's all we got for a whole year. We promise we're still working on the game. Yeah. So it's we've just been patiently waiting and waiting and waiting. Because it looks a lot like if you take Devil May Cry and some Final Fantasy, 15 maybe. I make the Final Fantasy 15 comparison because, dude, that's just Noctis with a ponytail. Let's be so real.
Character models are very Final Fantasy inspired.
Yeah. But this is the most hype that I've been for a game or even an action game in a while. I think that the action and the cinematicness of it all just looks incredible. All of the different little particle effects. This trailer that they showed does not show combat very well.
I was gonna say I remember looking at this game last year when you mentioned it to me, and this trailer is cool, but I remember thinking what I'd seen before actually looked better, at least from a gameplay standpoint.
Yeah. So the way that the combat used to look, it was a lot more. There was a lot of really big, flashy, kind of particle effects on a lot of boss moves. And I don't know if they've just completely just thrown that to the side or what they're really doing with it. But it definitely doesn't look as cool as it once did. I hope that at some point they kind of go back to and here if you're watching the video version, this is kind of how it used to look. There's a lot of big particles, big attacks, super anime,
very flashy.
Extremely flashy. But yeah, it finally has a date. It got announced in 2017 or 2016, and it finally has a date, May 30th.
Pretty soon.
The same day as Elden Ring.
Oh, Night Rain, that's right. Yeah, that one.
We'll see how that goes.
Again, dude. Don't put that on your calendar.
It's got to.
There's no way.
It's got to.
I just realized how far along we are in the podcast and how many we still have to go. So I'm going to kind of rapid fire some of these. Next up was Metal Eden. Do you remember this one? I don't.
I do remember this is the one that I thought was marathon. I thought this was marathon for about 2 minutes, and then it got to the end and it wasn't marathon. And I was like, okay, well, it still looked good. That's about it. It's a little first-person shooter sci-fi deal.
Yeah, another action game. Look cool.
Yeah.
Next up, Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater finally got a release date for August 28th. Thought this looked really good. You know, I'm never gonna not have faith in a Capcom remake again because I doubted Silent Hills 2 last year and it cost me 19 points in my fantasy league. So I am sure this will be great. As someone who, we were talking earlier about how Mega Man feels like a big blind spot for me in my gaming history. Metal Gear is probably my biggest regret that I have not touched this series from a gaming standpoint. And so I want to get into this, but it is weird to me that they're starting with 3. So I know there's some funky stuff with the timeline in these games. Maybe there's a reason for it, but in a perfect world, I'd get to the other ones, the originals, beforehand. But if not, then maybe just pick this up because it does look great. And I know, obviously, this is one of the most storied franchises in gaming. So,
yeah, I've heard that 3 is a really good like jumping on point.
Cool.
If you've never played any of the games, so yeah, I'm definitely super pumped about this one as well.
It did look great, and I'm sure it will be very cool, especially because they have an ape escape mode in it, which
I'm so pumped.
Is pretty fun. Monster Hunter Wilds got shown for like the 10 millionth time. I'm not a Monster Hunter guy, unfortunately. I know it'll sell millions. I know it will be received very well critically, and I want to love it, but I have tried in the past, and I just don't think that franchise is for me. There's just something about the loop of hitting something a couple times really slowly and then having to go chase it down for 10 minutes and do that over and over again. I know that's a very crude way of describing those games. I know people love them. I know there's more to it than I probably understand, but I want to love it. Not for me, probably. Onimusha Way of the Sword, not coming till 2026, and it was just showed off at another Capcom showcase, but they brought it up here again. And one of my other huge podcast influences is MinMax, another gaming outlet, and they just did a book club type discussion. The Deepest Dive is what they call it, on Onimusha 1. So I just played that game for the first time, which is this really old PS2 game that feels very Resident Evil coded. And so I am now into this series, and I am looking forward to this new game. I thought that the cinematic trailers looked really good here. I thought it was funny that it is this really weird, dark-looking tone, but then the protagonist is kind of got some jokes. You know,
he's very like
quippy,
like expressive.
Yes,
like especially in like the facial animations, like very expressive. All of the combat stuff seems really cool, and there's like some environmental deal going on. Like, if you're a video watcher, you know, using a tarp that's lying around to cover up an enemy's head, pushing a table over and kicking it towards people. Like, there's a lot of cool environmental stuff like that that really kind of caught my eye and set it aside from all of the kind of Japanese, you know, action kind of games. You know, the Phantom Blades and the Ghosts of Tsushima and like all that kind of stuff.
And we see the iconic gauntlet back here where you're absorbing the orbs as you defeat enemies, which was like the big gameplay mechanic of the original. So I think it does enough to make it stand out. That I'm really excited for it. And they're also remastering the second game. So I will get to play that too before the new one comes out. So then they just do 3, we'll be set. Saros, the next game from Housemarque, the developer that brought us Returnal, and for my money, the developer that brought us a lot of other games I love, like Resogun and
Ex Machina.
I
love that game.
They are so good at their arcade roots, man, and I really I liked Returnal. I thought it was punishingly difficult. The vibes were cool, but I am not the biggest roguelike guy. I did beat it, and I felt like I really got lucky because the run I did beat it on, I just like beat the last 2 bosses as a sight read. I'd never got to them before, and I just
really
beat them on my first try. So I'm just grateful that I got to see it through. There were some really cool boss design there, and I thought this trailer, obviously mostly just a mood setter, lets you know that Raul Coley is playing the main character, so that's cool.
Yeah, how about that? That's super sick.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the main character in this game, and then the boss design on this, I guess it's very Returnal-esque.
Yes.
Like
It looks.
I grinded Returnal.
It looks very Returnal, man.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they say this is like in the same universe. I think they have said it's not like a direct sequel or anything, but it is.
Yeah,
really.
They said they want Returnal to be able to stand on its own.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. It kind of. I think they're trying to throw us a loop.
Yeah.
And I think they're trying to play us on that one just a little bit because it looks like Returnal. It straight up does, 100%. Which I'm totally cool with. Returnal. I mean, it's probably my top 3 PS5 games. Like,
wow.
I think that game is fantastic. I think that it feels great. I really want to play it on PC. I totally forgot that it came out with like a PC port with like co-op and like all this great stuff. True. They added like a whole new biome. So I'm gonna hop back into that. But yeah, I'm super hyped about Saros.
Cool. Yeah, me too. But that is 2026, so they did show a good bit of stuff coming down the pipe. Next up is Shinobi Art of Vengeance. This was a really cool looking 2D side scroller. Also from from Lizard Cube, the team behind the hit brawler Streets of Rage 4. Hard to describe if you didn't see it. Again, if you're watching the video version, there's some gameplay here, but it's this very artistic, bright colored 2D. It's not a beat 'em up, but like a side scroller, I guess.
It's like a side scrolling like action game.
Yeah.
Like
and
which is super cool. Like I mean, the art style is fantastic. This like hand drawn kind of deal. Like I'm so on board with side scrollers with cool art styles. I think that's been like my biggest like eye catcher over the past few years is if you've got a cool like 2D hand drawn sort of deal, then I'm in on your game.
Yeah.
And then we can worry about how it feels later.
I feel like we've had a lot of those lately. And so I would worry initially that this would kind of blend in with the rest, but I think that it looks much brighter and flashier than a lot of those. I'm just looking at the gameplay again right now. It just looks. I think it looks really cool. I think that visually it's got enough going on here to make it stand out. That it is something I have put on my radar for sure.
Yeah, out August 29th. It looks amazing.
Next up was Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. Thought this was really weird. They didn't show off more Sega characters because obviously the Sonic Racing franchise has been like Sonic and Sega All-Stars before.
Yeah.
If you had just shown me any of the Persona protagonists and or Ichiban, I would have paid way more attention to this. As it is, I just can't fathom making the decision to put out your kart racer the same year that we're getting a new Mario Kart.
For real.
Just a confusing time for this for me. But it looks like a cool, competent kart racer. And I think they did say at one point that there will be other Sega characters in it, which again, if that's the case, just show it now. It's like, this is the most eyes you're ever going to get on your trailer in a PlayStation showcase.
Exactly.
So whatever. People say
exactly. And the whole shtick of the game being, like midway through a track, movie style Sonic ring opens up and you're just transported to a different track. I actually think that it's a really solid idea, but like you said, I can't ever imagine putting that out the same year as Mario Kart 9.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. I've never seen the Sonic movie, so I don't know. I didn't know that was from them, but it's cool to see that there's some cross pollination there. But yeah, trailer looked fine.
Yeah.
Next up, Split Fiction, my guy. Split Fiction. This is the next game from Joseph Ferris and his studio Hazelight that made It Takes Two, one of the best games of the last couple of years. My game of the year in 2021. But man, just another gameplay trailer. We've seen some of this so far. As far as gameplay of the game, I think everything we saw here was mostly new, and it all just looks incredibly fresh. Everything you see in this game looks unique. It looks like more It Takes Two, but with a different kind of coat of paint on it, which, for those who don't know, is this entirely co-op platformer action game that kind of rotates between split screen and shared screen, but the entire game is meant to be played together. one of you gets a copy, then you can either play it obviously locally, or you can share it with someone else for free. And the concept for this one is there are these two authors that get brought into their worlds that they've created, one of which is a sci-fi author and one of which is a fantasy author. And it's just one of the most creative games. It Takes Two is one of the most creative games I've ever played. There were constantly new ideas. The color palette for it was beautiful. It was just pure fun. I think it was just impressive how much variety there was to do in that in a co-op environment that we just don't see very much of these days. Played the entire game with my wife, and we both loved it, and we've definitely both started a bunch of games and not gotten through them together. But this one was an easy stick it through to the end. So I'm really, really looking forward to this game. What about you?
Yeah, no, I mean, it looks great. It Takes Two is awesome. Me and Kayla never finished it, but we made it a good ways into. I know. We started it last Valentine's Day, and we played it the entire day, and then we never went back to it after that, and I don't know why, because we had an awesome time with it. Like, I mean, I didn't realize that co-op games could be so much fun. Yeah. I can't tell you the last time that I played a co-op game that wasn't like a multiplayer shooter. I think, like, you know, and you're on a team with a bunch of people.
Exactly. I think designing the entire game around that concept is so hard, and it's such a gamble because, like, it's obviously another barrier to entry for the player. Like, you have to have someone to play this with. You cannot play it by yourself. But when you do that, you open yourself up to just a ton of things we've never seen before in games because no one else does that. And I'm just really glad it did well enough for them to make more of that because this looks fantastic. I cannot wait.
For sure.
Next up was the Splitgate 2 Alpha. This was the Halo plus Portal game that decided to make their own sequel. Cool. Do you have anything to say about that?
Looks great. I played a ton of Splitgate 1. Oh, cool. I'm super excited about it. You know, it's more Splitgate. It doesn't look too terribly different, but yeah, I'll hop into it for sure.
And there was some Stellar Blade DLC. Cool. It was all cosmetic.
Count me in. With a new boss fight.
Oh, is there a new boss fight? I thought it was just cosmetic stuff. Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Yep, they said a new boss fight on the thing.
The Nier one was just cosmetic, right? I don't think there was any action.
Nier one was just cosmetic, and it would change like some overworld themes. Like it would change, you know, when you're in like the Oasis or like the Great Desert, it would change the music to Nier music and that kind of thing. But yeah, for the most part, it's just kind of top level, you know, kind of.
The crossover was with Goddess of Victory Nikki, which I know nothing about, so it didn't really do anything for me. But if there's another boss, I'm slightly more interested. I like that game. It was my 12th favorite game last year, I think. Something like that. It didn't make my top 10, but I enjoyed it. Next up, also would have been in my top 3 picks for this showcase, The Midnight Walk. This game looked so cool. The description for it here says, after its reveal in our last state of play, Moonhood returns with a new gameplay trailer for its handcrafted dark fantasy adventure, The Midnight Walk, and comes accompanied by a launch date, May 8th. So that doesn't tell you very much. And the trailer doesn't tell you that much either as far as what is going on, but it is a Tim Burton-esque looking, stop motion, claymation looking game, which all of those things, like the frame rate is in the same kind of style you would expect in a claymation, more stop motion kind of thing, which is unique in and of itself. The designs are all very Tim Burton-esque, very creepy and off-putting, but like in a somewhat charming and cute way in some aspects. First person game where it looks like there's going to be some puzzle elements of it too, if you can see what is on the screen now with kind of manipulating the world and things like that. Really creepy, but just totally unique. Just a very unique art style. I know very little about it other than the guy on the cover is this little like pot, like mug looking guy with fire coming out of him, and one of the voiceover lines says something about, "Oh, you found fire," and like it seems like you got to kind of protect this little guy because he's one of the only sources of light and warmth in this world, in this otherwise cold and dark world. And this is for regular PS5 and PSVR 2, I think it said, which is
so they originally announced this as a PSVR, like it was in like a PSVR like spotlight section on like either I'm pretty sure it was the last state of play. It was in a VR spotlight section, and this time it doesn't seem like they're advertising it as that. So I think I think they're kind of, toning it back on the VR train just a little bit, but I think it looks cool. If I had a PSVR, I would definitely play it in VR. I mean, it looks super sweet. I don't know if I would get motion sickness with the. I normally don't, but the frame rate of it all and the claymation of it all might do something to me. So I'll probably just play this on the TV. But I think that it looks amazing. Yeah, I haven't seen anything else like that. I mean, ever.
I think
it looks so cool.
It's a day one for me for sure. I'm definitely very interested. Almost done here. Tides of Annihilation, probably the last big thing on this list. Definitely the last big thing on this list. Description says Eclipse Glow Studio unveiled Tides of Annihilation, a single-player action-adventure game. Which, just quick aside, a lot of those in this state of play. A lot of action games. I love action games. We might be getting to the Souls era of action games where everything is just an action-like rather than a Souls-like.
It's a good year to be an action game fan, Chris.
It's cool. I saw that was a Tyler YouTube video. Yeah, it's cool. Anyway, back to it. Game that thrusts you into a shattered, mystical London. Players will take on the role of Gwendolyn, who wields the power of a mysterious gray mist that can manifest 2 spectral knights at her side, with players required to strategically choose which knights to summon based on their preferred gameplay style and the challenges they face. Now, that description makes it sound way more interesting because it's like the Knights of the Round Table is who you're summoning, basically.
Yeah.
In this like weird, busted up London. So, and the voice actor for the main protagonist here is oh my gosh, I can't remember her name. Voice actress for Shadowheart. It's her name is Jennifer English.
That's right.
And she sounds great in this. Yeah. It looks really cool.
It looks amazing. Besides Lost Soulside, this was my game of the show. Wow. Like, if you couldn't tell, big action game fan over here. I think that this looks incredible. From these giant like colossi, or like I guess like Shadow of the Colossus style boss fights. I don't know. It almost kind of gives off some God of War in some of the earlier parts, like some early old God of War. You're climbing up some of these big things, and I don't know if you're gonna fight that thing. I don't know if it's gonna help you out or what. But I mean, I think the actionness of it all looks really cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know much about it. They released a big 11-minute trailer kind of breakdown of some of the gameplay on their YouTube channel. It looks amazing. There was no date on it, so yeah, we'll have to see when that comes out. It'll probably be 2026, maybe 2027. But I am all in on this game. I will be keeping an eye on this game every day until it comes out. I hope it doesn't take 10 years like Lost Soulside.
It looks great. I'm excited for it. Cool. Well, that was the state of play. What did you think overall of this?
Overall, I mean, I thought this was a really great state of play. I mean, I would give it a solid, 7 or 8 out of 10. I mean, there were some big announcements with Housemarque's new game, Saros, and then Lost Soulside getting a date is one of the biggest things imaginable for a young Andrew. All right, he just wants this game so bad. I've wanted it for years, and to finally have a date on it, it makes me the happiest little gamer boy ever. And yeah, I thought there was tons of cool new stuff that got announced. Tides of Annihilation being the other really big one. But compared to the last 2 or 3 state of plays, I think that this is easily the best one that we've gotten.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I would probably give it a similar score, probably a 7.5 or 8. I mean, it's it's one of those ones where I watched it and I was like at the end of it, yeah, I don't feel like there was something in this that I'm like, there wasn't a Wolverine, there wasn't a Kingdom Hearts 4. It wasn't like one of those staple things that I'm really looking for in these kind of showcases. But when I went back and looked at it, and even just talking through it again now, am reminded that otherwise, if I take that bias out, that it was kind of I can't say objectively, but looking at it more fairly, it was actually packed with a lot of stuff that is still really interesting to me, and I will definitely check out. Like, I don't know, I'm definitely going to play... I might play Borderlands, might play that Octopus thing. I'm definitely going to play Directive 8020, might play that Dreams of Another game, maybe Hell's Us, definitely going to play Lies of P, definitely going to play Yakuza, going to try and play Lost Soulside, going to try and play Metal Gear, Definitely gonna play Onimusha. Definitely gonna play Sorrows. Probably gonna play Shinobi. Like there are very few things on here actually that I wouldn't at least be interested in playing. And that's probably a mark of a way better showcase than I was initially giving it credit for. So very excited
Definitely.
about that.
Yeah.
Lots to look forward to.
It's gonna be a good year. This year's stacked.
I think it is. I really hate it. Feels like people are really holding their cards close to their chest because of fear of the Switch 2 and fear of Grand Theft Auto 6. I feel like the last half of the year we really don't know what's coming, but through May, dude, it is crazy.
May itself is crazy.
Yeah.
Like I'm pretty sure there's like 5 or 6 giant games coming out in May, or at least like notable games.
Yeah,
which is insane.
Like
to
Night
me.
Rain and Lost Soul.
Night Rain, Lost Soul, Doom.
That's right, Doom isn't.
Expedition 33.
I thought that was in April.
It might be April. What there were 2 May games in the Xbox showcase.
Right.
So it might be South of Midnight or
No, I think you're right because I think South of Midnight is April. Anyway, but yeah, and like that 1 month period, like end of April to end of May. I mean,
like within like 3 or 4 weeks, it's like 5 or 6 games that I want to buy day one, but I'm just not gonna be able to get around to all of them.
Player Obscure Expedition 33, dude, is like probably my most anticipated game this year.
It's easily my most. Yeah, that's that, and now Ninja Gaiden 4 from that same showcase. I mean, Xbox is just killing it. Yeah. Truthfully. As a dude who doesn't even own an Xbox, they're killing it.
I'm an Xbox fanboy now, dude. I was a Sony pony for a long time, but I'm just kidding. I love them all. All right. Next up, our topics. We're running long here, like I knew we would.
Yep. Definitely.
We have to talk about Captain America: Brave New World.
Oh boy.
Now, I saw your tweets here a couple of days ago when you went and saw it Thursday night. You saw it opening night.
I saw it opening night. Yeah.
And
8:00.
You tweeted out, "I hope this isn't bad," or something like that.
I tweeted out earlier in the day, "This better be the best movie that I've ever seen."
Oh, right. And then you followed up with a quote tweet as you were leaving the theater. I can only assume with "it was mid" and the emoji of the guy getting snapped.
The
away.
Dissolving, like, yeah.
So you thought this movie was mid? Is that your final take, or is that for the memes?
I think that it's mid. I don't think it's necessarily bad. I think the general consensus will be that this movie is bad, but I think that it has some redeeming qualities for sure. I'm going to try to stay out of spoiler territory, of course.
So we will. I think we may need at some point to talk about spoilers, but if we do, we'll definitely clearly say so. Spoiler free right now.
Yeah. No, going in knowing how many reshoots that they had to do was kind of a little bit of a red flag. And I do think that it kind of showed just a little bit, and just the overall quality, and like the best way that I found to describe it is it isn't as compelling as the movie that it's trying to imitate in Winter Soldier. It's not anywhere near that level, and I don't think that they'll ever get back to that level. Like, that's just, I mean, it's one of my favorite Marvel movies of all time. It's in my top 5, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I thought that it was decent. I would watch it again, but I wasn't too thrilled on it whenever I was walking out of the theater.
See, I'm gonna have to disagree with you, Andrew, because it's not that it's not as good as the movie it's trying to imitate. It's not even as good as the TV show that it's trying to imitate, Falcon and the Winter Soldier. It is which is not even probably in my. It's like right at the border of the top half of the Marvel shows, in my opinion. I think
that show is terrible.
I don't think it's terrible. I think what they do with John Walker in there is kind of interesting. And I do like the dynamic with Bucky and Sam, and I really love what they do with Isaiah Bradley in that movie, who is the best part of this movie as well. And unfortunately, there's just not that much else good I can say about it. I think that this is a bottom 5 Marvel movie for me. I think this is a bottom 5 of the MCU.
Wow.
It, like I said, I was playing it for jokes, but I meant it sincerely that I think that this movie takes what Falcon and the Winter Soldier did and does it worse. I mean, Sam's character arc in this movie is the exact same conflict he has with himself in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, except there it's examined at least through a more interesting lens and with more interesting more depth, I would say, than this, where it feels like it is just genuinely repeating the exact same beat for what he's trying to go through as he tries to take on this mantle of Captain America. There's like one very subtle difference in the way they frame what his conflict is, as far as, can I do this? And then otherwise, it's just the exact same thing. Like, you told this story with him, except you at least had a fun buddy cop there to do it with. And now he's there with the new Falcon, who I don't think their chemistry is that great.
I don't either.
And ultimately, he doesn't even need to be in this movie. Like, I like Anthony Mackie. I think he's a very charismatic guy, and I think he does the best he can with what he's given. And I think passing the mantle on in these movies is a good thing for the MCU. I think, in theory, having people, no actor is going to want to do the same thing forever. And even if they did, they're going to, whether knowingly or not, burn out and probably deteriorate in quality over time. You know, these people can't do the same things forever. And I think that you can do a lot of interesting things with Sam Wilson as Cap, and I think that it's not his fault. You know, I don't want to make that clear.
Yeah.
But what he's given to work with in this movie, he doesn't need to be in this movie. This is a sequel to The Incredible Hulk, which is something I've heard other people say. I'm not, that's not an original thought, but it is. The Incredible Hulk is my least favorite MCU movie in the entire 40 movie run or whatever it is at this point. I think that movie is bad. I think that is a very bad movie, and the emotional core of that movie is supposed to be established in this opening credit montage where it's with Edward Norton's Hulk and Betty or whatever
Liv Tyler.
Yeah, Liv Tyler's character is
Betty Ross.
Betty Ross. And it's all told through this terrible like green montage, and the movie never goes anywhere for me because it's not well established why I should care. And now you're taking this character from that movie 15 years later, and the emotional core of this movie is supposed to be Thunderbolt Ross caring about her, and I'm supposed to be invested in that? Like, I think it struggles in a lot of the same ways. I think that the main antagonist, who I guess I won't say because it's kind of a spoiler, even though they said in the trailers or in press or something. I knew going in who it was. Returns from Incredible Hulk, and I think is one of the worst MCU villains we've ever had. I think.
Damn.
I think.
Ever?
Yeah.
In the whole thing?
I think he's terrible. I
wow.
think that. Yeah, we
I don't know, dude. There have been some stinkers.
There have been. Yeah. But we'll get into spoilers here in a second. But I will say the positives are, I think, for what he was given to work with, Harrison Ford gave a much more energetic performance than I expected. I mean, he really bought into the character, as ridiculous as it was, I think. And I just think that some of the dialogue was really poorly written. I really felt like there were multiple instances of exposition dumps from characters. The movie, I don't consider it a spoiler because it's literally the first line of the movie is Harrison Ford looking to his like assistant or whatever and says, have I gotten a call from Betty, my daughter? And I'm like, I understand that you needed to say your daughter here because no one else is going to know who you're talking about. Because again, no one cares about The Incredible Hulk, a bad movie from 15 years ago. But it immediately, like, my first impression of this movie is like, you're taking me out of this because you're having to add this context in for the audience in a way that feels very clunky to me, that I don't feel like you would say to someone who, if you really care that much about her, you've obviously tried to reach out to her before, and this is your, not a new assistant or whatever, she would know who you're talking about. So it was clunky right off the bat. And then later there's an instance where someone is shooting missiles at people in this ship, and he says, they try and like fire these counter missiles to stop them, and there's like 6 missiles and they blow up 4 of them, and someone says, "Oh no, there's still 2 missiles left." And I'm like, bro, you're about to get blown up. You could have a little more like concern for your well-being. And also, I just saw that. Thank you, but I did see it. You know, there's a lot of moments like that where there is just exposition dumps by people in the movie that either or because they feel like they need to fill people in because they know they're pulling from a bad movie from 15 years ago, or because they, I guess, just don't trust the people to figure it out on their own, or they just didn't trust that they were going to be able to put it together because of how many reshoots they probably had to do. I mean, the movie just feels of a quality way lower than what I expect from Marvel. And I say that as a huge Marvel fan. Like, people rag on me because I say stuff like, I don't think Quantumania is bad, as bad as people say it is. Like, it's definitely not a great movie. But like, I would definitely put Quantumania above Brave New World. I
I probably agree with you on that.
I've seen, I think a lot of Marvel is great. I think a lot of Marvel is good. I think some, a fair share of Marvel is mid, and there's not much bad. I think this probably goes in the bad category because I don't think there are many other instances I can point to that are as poorly executed as this one, on top of the fact that I've never had the problem so far where I have felt like they literally just do the same exact story beats, or character arcs, I should say, but worse than they have in a previous project. And I feel like this is just a much worse version of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which is already one of their more mid things, I thought. Mid to good.
Dang.
So
you have some very strong opinions on this one. You said that we had a lot to talk about. I didn't realize
I woke up
you felt that strong
thinking about, man, that movie was bad. Like, I don't know. I was just surprised how much I disliked it because I am typically more of a Marvel apologist, Marvel fan, and I also went in with what I thought were fair expectations because I'd seen how poorly it had been received, and I'd heard from people I knew that had seen it that didn't love it. I was like, okay, so it's not like there's just a bunch of critic outliers, So I was also surprised. I think that's why I'm thinking on it so much, because I was trying to figure out. I mean, I didn't need to figure out. I could tell as I was watching it why I didn't like it so much, but I'm just a little disappointed because I didn't expect to dislike it this much, because I thought that from what I saw, it was at least going to be decent, but I don't know.
Yeah, and that was kind of the initial impression that I was getting. I was like, I'm in no world will I ever love this movie as much as I love Winter Soldier. And like, it just never happens unless it's like a perfect movie. So I kind of went in with like, kind of mid expectations. I wasn't gonna get my hopes up, and my expectations were met indeed. And I don't really think that it was even like, maybe it is truly terrible. Maybe I've got rose tinted glasses because I've just been Marvel starved for, I mean, we did have Deadpool and Wolverine,
which I thought, people on the internet now like to say, "Oh, actually, that movie was terrible." Like, shut up. Okay, you like that movie?
No, absolutely
people like
not.
that movie, and they should, because it's really good. It's great. It's hilarious. I saw it multiple times.
It's it's fantastic. I think it's top 10.
I was actually going to go back and not like it and be like, "Oh no, maybe." And this was even before people started to turn on. Like, I saw it twice when it was still in theaters, and I was like, I'm curious how well this is going to hold up. And even seeing it twice back to back, I was like, no, this is still funny.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to distract you, but
No. You're good. You're good. Yeah, I saw Deadpool and Wolverine 3 times. To start with my brother, with my dad, and with Kayla. And every single time, I had a great time with that movie. There's always something new to catch in like the fight scenes and all that stuff. But I do still feel Marvel starved. Like, in the sense that, did we just get that movie in like July? Yes, for sure. It's been 8 months. I'm so used to having, 3 movies a year. I thought that them
you,
taking
buddy.
this time.
We're back. We're still back.
I thought that them taking this time off to kind of prioritize quality over quantity. I thought that this movie was going to be great, truthfully, a few months ago. And then I heard about the, the reshoots and like, all that kind of stuff. And I was like, I don't know. And then, we get in there and it's just okay. It's not bad. I don't care about any of the characters. Literally none of them. Not even Anthony Mackie. Like, straight up. Something about him in Falcon and Winter Soldier, or sorry, not Falcon and Winter Soldier, in Winter Soldier. Oh, I thought that he was fine in that, and then since then he's just like slowly dropped. Falcon and Winter Soldier happened. I left that show with a bad taste in my mouth, and so to me, like, I'm happy that he has the mantle. I think that he deserves it 100%. I mean, he's been in this, just about as long as a lot of the OGs. Yeah. Winter Soldier was a 2013 movie,
Something like that,
or 2012. Like I mean, he's been in the MCU for over a decade at this point. So I mean, he definitely deserves it. I'm happy that he's got it, and he's got the chops. Like, he's cool. He's a good actor. He's a good dude. I love watching him like in interviews and up on stage and stuff. I think that he's an amazing dude. But I don't know. I just don't. They still have not given me a reason to care about him. Even though, I mean, they probably have, but it's just never clicked with me for some reason. And I found myself for the first like 45 minutes of this movie like almost completely zoned out.
Yeah,
because I was just dissociating. I was just like, I don't care.
It just feels like there's no stakes. I mean, there are stakes, but they're undermined in multiple ways that I can get into if we want to get spoilers. But yeah, I like him as Falcon. I don't think that he was given very much to do until Falcon and the Winter Soldier, the show. I mean, he's obviously in the other stuff, but I don't think that he is given enough screen time and enough to work with to really establish himself a ton up until that show. And again, I think that his stuff in that show was good. I'm the thing I don't like about that show are the antagonists, the Flag Smashers. I think the
Flag Smashers are so bad,
terrible.
I don't vibe with them at all.
But his whole thing where the show starts and he's like, yeah, I don't have any money because I'm a hero and we're not really compensated, and no one trusts me to get I can't get a regular job. How am I supposed to provide for my family and the people? Which I think is a really interesting, very real issue to consider for something like that. And then obviously, like I said, I liked his dynamic with Bucky, and I think that the stuff that they pull in with Isaiah Bradley's story and how Falcon or Sam interacts with him there is really interesting. So I think he's gotten stuff, but I think that again, he's really just undermined here because you could have put any other character in this movie, and there was nothing about this, specifically him being Sam or Captain America, that feels like it was required for this movie, other than in theory, okay, he's easier to go get to the White House. Like, it's by title alone, Captain America, he has more connections to politics, but like we've seen other heroes get dragged into politics before, and you could have done the same thing with any of them. And arguably, Bruce Banner would have made even more sense because he was at least, more directly involved in some of the things at play here.
There's a past there. There's a history.
So, do you want to get into spoilers real quick?
I mean, we can get we can get into some spoilers for sure.
I don't know if we can mark a timestamp or something like that. We'll we'll put in we'll try to do something here to show folks where the spoilers start and end. But
you're good. Yeah, I'll make a little I got it. You're good.
I just need to talk about how bad Leader is and how stupid it is that we have another mind control villain who, once again, is somehow doing it worse than any other MCU villain we've had before. Like, I'll take the Black Widow guy's pheromone weird thing over this guy who just randomly picks and chooses folks with their cell phones. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me, man. Like, I don't think the movie does a good job of explaining how people are being targeted with that and why some people are activated by that song and other people aren't. And I think it's a real stupid excuse, because why wouldn't he just use that same thing on Sam and Falcon and everyone if you had
That's true.
access to it? It's just so lazy. I think that his stupid monologue when he calls Thunderbolt Ross on the Navy ship is the most cringy dialogue I've ever. You know, you want to get mad. Come on, your daughter. She hates you so much. Hey, it's like, dude, I don't. Obviously, the whole movie is leading up to Red Hulk. Like, you put him all over the promotional material. And that's something else I'll get to that I think completely undermines this movie. But I just. He's the president of the United States, which we're not going to get political on this podcast, so real life events aside, I just don't understand how Harrison Ford's character is meant to be a believable president who is also so easily manipulated by dialogue that I think is so poorly written. And then the finale of that specific monologue of him just being like, he yells, like, it just looks so stupid. Like, it's the most cartoon dummy stuff I've ever seen. And him trying to be intimidating later in the movie by coming up and turning that dial to give the guy a heart attack or whatever, who was supposed to be doing research on the pills that Thaddeus Ross was doing. Again, not an original idea for me, but I listened to someone else talking about this. Like, again, if he can do this to this guy, why doesn't he just do it to Sam? He's not a super soldier, as they've made very clear in this movie multiple times. He's just a dude. You could do the exact same thing to him. Take him out of commission. Once again, another easy way to do it. And like, I hate being that guy. It's like, I understand there has to be a certain level of suspension of disbelief, but man, this just pushes it too far for me. I just think that as a concept, a villain who like uses probability to, as a super genius to kind of figure out what is the most optimal path, I think is actually really cool. But I don't think he does anything to show why he should be justified in that. And more times than not in this movie, his calculations prove to be incorrect or thwarted. And I just, when that means that your only power is dialogue and your dialogue's that cringe, I just can't care. It's just so bad.
Yeah, and I'm kind of with you on it. Like I left definitely not as down on Leader as you are, surprisingly, just because. So my history with the Hulk, I actually. Okay, hold on. Let me be careful with my words right here. Don't start shaking your head.
You just rewatched the Hulk. You told me that the other day before you even went and saw this movie, so it's fresh for
Correct.
you.
It's a trash movie for sure. It has a ton of nostalgic value. Oh my god, nostalgic value for me. Because me and my dad really like this movie. Me and my dad watched this movie a ton. Like, we watched the 2003 Hulk movie. Damn, if you want to know like a true like trash Hulk movie, it's that one. But we'll get on that topic another day maybe. But yeah, Hulk 2008 is a bad movie for sure. Is Brave New World a Hulk sequel? More than it's a Captain America movie. 100%. Like, absolutely. I was expecting Bruce to pop up at any moment.
And the fact he doesn't makes no sense. Where are you?
And he doesn't.
You could show up for She-Hulk, but not this. Again, I like She-Hulk more than most people. But like, why did he need to be there and not here? I just, like, when the second you find out Gamma is involved, Wouldn't you call the one main guy who has a history with Gamma, who's like its whole personality?
Exactly. It's his whole shtick.
The only reason they don't is, again, because of terrible plot excuses. Because as soon as you bring him in, what is Sam going to do? He's useless in that matchup. He has no purpose. He serves no purpose. And another thing I hated, that
good.
fight scene with them fighting the airplanes above the helicarrier. Cool. The action on this was okay.
I was gonna say it's my favorite fight scene in the whole movie.
I had some other friends of mine said the same thing. I think it's cool. I think that is fine. I think the action in this in general is fine. I did think some of the moves for Sam specifically started to feel a little repetitive. I feel like I saw him do that kind of jump punch thing like a couple of times, but the flying stuff is cool. Once again, though, when Falcon gets blown out of the air, when what's his face, oh my gosh, I always forget the name of the new one.
Joaquin
Torres. Yes, when he gets blown out of the air, and they put him in the hospital. All I could think about was you literally did this, but better, in Captain America: Civil War when you shot down Rhodey, and he has actual ramifications for that injury. Unlike Torres, who I'm sure is going to be fine, who I don't care about nearly as much as I cared about Rhodey. And you do the exact same thing, except this time it's because he's being, he's too young or whatever. And then for the backlash to be like that, again, it's supposed to be one of the emotional cores of the movie of Sam being like, I can't lead these people. I'm not strong enough. And we've just seen that same exact problem come up and be resolved before. And again, like for him to say the whole problem with him is he's not strong enough, he needs to take the super serum, to me is just so similar to the idea of him saying that he doesn't know if he can be Captain America, like it was in Falcon and Winter Soldier. To me, it's a syntax difference. They're just so similar. It's just a matter of how you get there. I know they're not the same thing, and the whole point is that you don't have to take the soldier serum to be Captain America. But again, I thought that was kind of implied from what we learned in the show.
It definitely is like a weird like moral thing. I think you should just take the freaking serum, dude. Please.
Look at Isaiah Bradley. Dude, I would watch a movie Isaiah Bradley so much faster than I would ever watch it. Sam Wilson Captain America movie.
Dude, I don't care that he has the wings. I don't care that he has the tech. Take the freaking serum. Throw a car, please. Just throw one car, Sam. I'm begging you.
And I again, one other positive thing. I'm kind of bouncing all around here, just because I was trying to divide it between spoilers and not spoilers. One positive thing I will say, I do think it's really cool to finally see payoff for a couple of things in the MCU that we see in this movie. For the fact that Isaiah gets brought back in, I honestly completely forgot that Joaquin Torres was also in Falcon and Winter Soldier. He was a pretty big part of that show, but he was not as memorable to me as...
Wait, was he?
Yeah, he was. He was definitely in that show.
I don't remember him at all.
I was like, they just brought him in. But I remembered Isaiah Bradley because I thought his character was great.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I thought bringing him back in a big way was really cool here. And specifically seeing, like, it's at the beginning, it felt much more comic booky by how much it was tying in all these different things that I think is a critique a lot of people typically have of the MCU, is that it feels like, we're waiting forever for resolutions to some of the things that get brought up, or we hear about things and we never touch on them again. And I thought this was cool to see stuff tied back together. Specifically, the big one obviously being, the introduction of adamantium into the universe. That was a huge moment where he's like, adamantium. And like, again, it was spoiled for me in the trailers or whatever. Like, I knew that was what the big thing was going to be. But still really cool, and cool to see that it is because of the Eternals situation.
Right. So glad that finally got addressed. Yeah. By the way. How long has Tiamat just been in the Indian Ocean?
Dude. He's just
been hanging out.
Nice little spot.
It's been for like 3 years. I don't know how long it actually is, like in movie time, but
it's been a while.
It hasn't even been mentioned, except for maybe in like a newspaper article, like Easter egg sort of deal.
Yeah. The only other big thing I really want to complain about, real quick, and then I'll shut up because I hate being so negative. But this is a kind of a meta thing, I guess. I don't go out of my way to look up stuff for these movies. Like, if a trailer drops I will typically watch it because I'm a fan, and I feel like those are generally created for me. Sometimes as we get closer, I will avoid them because I do think that trailers in general are more spoilery, and I think that you're pretty sensitive to that kind of stuff too.
Oh yeah, big time.
So, but like I listen to podcasts where people will talk about things, and as long as it's something that's public information, I can't be mad at them necessarily for sharing that because that's in theory they trust everyone knows that. But I don't think you really need to pay that close attention to know that Red Hulk is in this movie. I mean, he's all over the merchandise.
Oh yeah,
he was in, I think, like the first trailer. I mean, he's on the giant poster. And for the movie to be building up the entire time to the fact that, is Thaddeus going to give in to the anger? We don't know. How could we know? Like, we know he's going to. We've seen the footage of Red Hulk in this movie. And so for this whole, like, thing that we're supposed to be nervous about being, is he going to turn? It just has no weight to me because we know it's going to happen. And we've even seen the environment it's in. So we know it probably, maybe he could have also turned, on the Navy ships. But, like, it's obviously he's going to turn at some point. And when he hasn't, and you got 10 minutes left in the movie, 15 minutes left in the movie. Okay, so it's going to happen here. There's going to be a big fight. Obviously, it's leading up to that. Yeah. And so the entire tension for the last 2/3 of the movie where you see him getting more and more angry just feels completely mute to me. It doesn't land at all because I know it's going to happen. And it doesn't make him come off as any more of a conflicted character to me because he's still just an angry old dude. I don't know. It just doesn't. Yeah. I thought that was almost a meta complaint to have because if you're just looking at this, through a lens where you're not taking in any outside information, but it's impossible to do that now. And I do think that it impacted how I felt about the ending because it just didn't land for me because of that either, because I knew it was coming. And we know they're not going to kill off Sam. He's going to be he's going to be fine. So I don't know. It just felt like there were no stakes.
That fight scene also did almost nothing for me. Like, I wasn't wowed by it. I don't know. I'm a big hater of like the ending. Like there were a couple like cool little moments like in the fight. I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
Like because punching him through the White House was kind of cool. But again, they showed that in the trailer.
Yeah. Like and that's the thing. Like so many trailers just spoiled so much. If I went into this movie not knowing that Red Hulk was in this movie, I would have been freaking out, dude. I would have been losing my mind by the end. I feel like even though the whole lead up to it is kind of, questionable.
Yeah. Which again, I'm not even going to start because we're already running long, but like the fact that that's like the thing that finally pushes him over the edge, like especially it's like the third time you see him start to Hulk out. It's like we're literally just doing a 1, 2, 3 anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I felt like he just there wasn't any weight to it. There weren't any stakes. The only other thing I did kind of like about the fight was, I guess, the unexpected part where he feels like he's trying to pull back the moves, reference the moves that he was doing with Isaiah at the beginning, where he's kind of jumping around him and getting one jab in and then backing up, and then one jab in. But then he's still, it's not like, oh, but this time I got him. It's like, no, you still kind of get bodied. And now then you just make the joke about, I should have taken the serum. I'm like, yeah, you should have. Which, like, it was kind of a funny line. It was like one of the only even remotely funny lines in the movie. That was a little unexpected. So I won't hate on that part that much, but yeah, it does just kind of end. It's the talk down thing felt cheesy to me in a way that didn't feel earned. Because I just don't believe that those two people really care about each other. The whole movie is like, he can't change. And it's like, it just feels like it sends mixed signals on whether he can or can't at any given moment, whatever the plot calls for at that time. So,
I give it like a solid like 6 out of 10, which for me on the Marvel is definitely on the low side, but it's probably down a little lower for a lot of people.
I gave it a 2 out of 10 or a 4 out of 10.
Wow,
a 4 out of 10. I mean, sorry. 2 stars, but I usually do on the letterbox scale. It's 5 stars, so I gave it 2 out of 5 stars, so it's 4 out of 10.
Damn.
But
yeah, it was a little bit of a stinker, but it wasn't. I would watch it again, maybe begrudgingly.
You got too many.
I would watch it before man. I would watch.
You got too many other movies you gotta watch. You can't be. You gotta value yourself more. Love yourself a little bit more than that, man.
I'd watch it before I'd watch Thor: The Dark World again.
Thor: The Dark World, I think, is my second least favorite, and I was trying to decide between these two, which I would, because at least Loki is in that movie.
That is true. Loki is in that movie, but also Malekith is in that movie.
Yeah, it would be close, but that's what we're talking. I'm like, we're like, that's why I know it's in my bottom 5, because I'm like, it's probably not worse than the Incredible Hulk, but it's like right there. It's got the same stink on it, and
I don't know, dude.
Thor and Thor: The Dark World are like my bottom 3, I think. And it's in that range. It's like, it's pretty tough to decide whether I'd rather watch this or Thor: The Dark World.
Dang.
So, probably bottom 3, actually. I think I would actually rather watch the original Thor over this, maybe.
Oh, buddy, I don't know about that one. I don't know. I think you maybe need to watch the original Thor again to really decide.
It's close,
because that movie stinks.
It's boring. That movie is definitely boring. There's no denying that.
It's boring. Yeah. But at least the Destroyer is cool.
Anyways. Yeah, that one scene where he's just walking down the diner, like very weirdly abandoned street.
Just like down Main Street.
Yeah. Destroyer on Main, dude.
Well, yeah, I mean that's about all that I have to say about the movie. I didn't go away with many impressions because I mean to me it just wasn't very memorable. But while I was there, I had a time.
That's the problem, dude. If it was just a nothing burger, that would be one thing. But there's so many things I can point to that I actively disliked about it that it's like, no, this is worse. This is worse than mid. This is I can't just blindly be. I'm not gonna be what the haters call me and a blind Marvel fan. All right, I gotta call them out when they are actually bad. All right, and I can't pretend like this one didn't have some real glaring problems. IMO.
Yeah. And the other thing is, this will be the last thing that I say. If they're really trying to make him like a tentpole character, like this is your head dude, like, you know, Anthony Mackie, Captain America, you gotta have a banger movie, like, and it's gotta set up a bunch of stuff. And you know, the post-credit scene that we got was not it. Like, it was just not it.
It was, again, that was a nothing burger. Like, yes, we know that's what's coming, dude. You've been teasing it for years, like, obviously.
Yeah.
And again, I just feel bad for Sam and for Anthony, obviously, because I do think he deserves better. And now it's going to be, they already didn't feel like they were giving him enough. And now when he gets more, it's this bad. So now he's never going to get enough screen time between now and the next Avengers movie to like redeem, like flesh him out enough to where what this movie should have done to make him feel like he's earned that mantle. So I really feel like when you bring the Avengers movies back and he is supposed to be the leader, it's just going to ring a little hollow because of this stinker. Because they were like, all right, we already got your allotted time. And our eyes, this has progressed you to the point where you're ready to be a leader now. But I just don't think they
to release this movie and then maybe give him his own, you know, Avengers Assemble moment. Like, it will not hit. It will not hit for me personally. You know, and it depends on how they do them in the actual Avengers movies themselves. The Russo brothers could really just, I mean, you know, I'm a big Winter Soldier fan. That's Russo brothers. Yep. Like, they could really like level him up like significantly just in those movies, to where when we get to the end and, you know, maybe we do have that moment that I'm more like, okay, I'm on board. Like, you guys got me. But we'll just have to see how it goes.
We'll have to see, dude.
We'll have to see. I'm not very hopeful.
Spoilers right here. All right, and with that, I think we're pretty much. I said all I have to say about Captain America: Brave New World. I don't think the world wants to hear anything else.
Yeah, I think they got their fill.
Spoilers down there, like I said.
They should definitely go see it for themselves. And
I am a firm.
Hopefully not be disappointed.
I'm a firm believer. Like, obviously, I knew the reviews were not good going in, but like, I typically use reviews more for, is something really good that I wasn't expecting, and if something scores poorly, then like I go in with the proper expectations. You know, I don't typically look at something and say, "Oh, that reviewed so poorly. I was definitely going to watch that, but now I won't." It does happen sometimes, but I try to. If it's something that I was already interested in anyway, I try to give it a fair shake, regardless. So, if you're an MCU fan, it's like you're in it, dude. Don't quit now. Come on, we need the support. It's gonna get. I'm still a little worried about Thunderbolts. But
I'm a little bit, but I think
some of the dialogue in those trailers was not good in my opinion. But
I haven't watched any of the trailers yet for Thunderbolts I watched the Fantastic Four trailer, but I didn't watch the Thunderbolts trailer.
They didn't play a Thunderbolts trailer for you before
They played it, but me and Kayla have vowed to, if they ever play a Marvel movie trailer before a Marvel movie, we just stare at each other the whole time and just talk.
Oh my god, the people around you must hate you, bro. Oh my god, I would.
We like whisper. Right, we try to just like distract each other. Yeah.
I don't know, dude. I'm gonna bring some earplugs for you if we ever go see one of these together. That'd be wild. But I respect it. No, they also played them during the Super Bowl, so I seen both of those trailers already.
Yeah.
I think Fantastic Four looks fantastic. I think that movie actually will be great.
I really hope it is. It's the most excited I've been for a Marvel movie in, probably since Deadpool Wolverine.
I think they know how important it is. And
they cannot mess that one up.
I think it will do them a lot of favors having more wiggle room in theory with it being like its own timeline or whatever. And the cast is just so good. I think that one will be great. Thunderbolts, they were releasing in the order of which I thought they were going to do well this year. So I do think Thunderbolts will be better than Captain America: Brave New World, but I'm still a little worried about it. Still worried.
We'll see. I'm definitely hopeful for it. I think that Florence Pugh is enough to, carry just about any movie that she's in. I think that she's incredible, and they made her character incredible, and I think it'll be good.
She's great.
I'm also very excited for. I don't know. This might be a spoiler if you haven't watched the trailer, but I'm very excited for Sentry. I think the Sentry is going to be so cool.
That's easily the best part of that trailer, dude. The way that you see him manipulating people and stuff like that, like just that's cool. Yeah, I like David Harbour. I don't love him as Red Guardian. I like I forget, I said his name earlier in the podcast. US Agent John, what's his face?
John Walker.
Yeah, I think he has potential. And I obviously love Bucky, so it's like, I don't know. Ghost is talk about a nothing burger, dude.
Yeah.
Anyway,
and Taskmaster.
Dude, I don't even think Taskmaster is gonna be actually a part of that movie. I feel like they're so minimally featured. They also ruined that. They wasted that character so much in.
God, what an actual waste of like an insanely cool character.
Yeah, just they don't know.
It would help if Black Widow like just wasn't an actual trash tier movie. That you want to talk about bottom 5? That's in my bottom 5.
No, that's one of the mid ones. It's like lower mid, but it's mid.
No way, dude.
Dude, if that movie had just released,
I can't wait to do this Marvel tier list.
If that movie had just released at a different time, man, it would be so much better. Like, why release that movie after Endgame, dude? What were you thinking? Anyway. We'll get to all this. More Marvel stuff will come down the pipe for sure.
Definitely.
But we got to get to the namesake of this podcast, dude. We got to do a tier list right here, right now. And
we sure do.
I mentioned it earlier, but we are getting together. We've both picked our top 10 games from 2024. We're a little late here, but this is the first episode of this podcast has ever existed, so it's the earliest we could have done this. So,
it's also probably the latest that we could have done.
Yes. So we both picked 10 because we did kind of convene beforehand, and I'm pretty sure we at least have 5 that are crossovers. So this way, it's more than like a 5 game tier list. This would be, hopefully, we're probably looking at 10 or 15 or so. But obviously, if we have the same games, we will just have to debate. Well, we're going to be debating all of them where they go on the tier list. So if for some reason you're listening to this podcast and you don't know what a tier list is, we will be taking things based off of whatever the criteria is. In this case, for us, it's kind of like a top 10 and a tier list combined, where we'll be taking all of the different entries and putting them on a tier based off of how good they are, basically. So S plus tier is the highest tier on our tier list. That means it is peak. It is the best of the best. It is in a league of its own. Then I think we have S, which is still fantastic. It's great. It's amazing. It's top tier normally. I think we have like an S plus tier to kind of. So this is one of those lists where we're gonna like all of these things. Obviously, they're a top 10 list for us. Having an S plus tier, one way just to go a little bit more on the higher end is probably good. Underneath S, we'll have A tier, and then B, C, and descending. I think we ended at C for this one, especially because
we got it all the way down to C. I don't know of any game realistically that I would put in C. There might be one or two, but here we'll go ahead and pull it up here.
So the way we're gonna do this is we'll just take turns, I guess, probably starting at
Concord S plus. Wait, how did that get there?
Dude.
Whoa, who put that there? Get that out of here.
I told you Concord was my number 2. I'm just kidding. I did play the beta for Concord. Another thing that was overhated. It was a totally fine, good.
I agree. I don't think that game was bad.
But the way we'll do this is we will, especially for you audio listeners, like I said, we have S plus, S, A, B, C tier. We'll go take turns, I think probably from, how do you want to do it? Like 10, I say my number 10, you say your number 10, so on and so forth, and we just put them in order. We can
do something like that.
And we'll kind of roughly place them as we go. And, if something is good, something, we'll put in like B tier. And then something is like slightly better than it, we'll put it a little bit higher up on B tier. And so we'll be ranking them in order within the tiers as well. So there will be like a final 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kind of ranking as well, I think. But this way we can put them in buckets, kind of generally rank them and then specifically rank them. But we will have to come to an agreement for our ranking at the end. This is our tier list combined. This is our opinions combined. So we may not specifically feel that one game is one way or another, but you're going to hear us go back and forth and kind of wait until we get to that point where we do agree we can be happy with this, with one exception. We do have a mechanic we have created for this that we are preliminarily calling the teardrop, which is if one of us has really strong feelings once per tier list, we can use our teardrop to force that game, that entry, in this case a game, to, what do we say, go up one tier above what it's currently at. We can just break it. That sounds right. All right, well, I think that my best is your worst, so I'm going to use my teardrop to bring it down from S plus tier to C. But if it's like an A tier, you could bump it up to S, or I could bump it down to B. I think that's how I'm envisioning it working. We can use it if we really hate something that the other person likes. We can either bring it down one, or if we really love something that we want to go up one more, we could use it for that too. Is that what you were thinking?
Yeah. I mean, that you pretty much hit it right on the head.
Cool. Well, I think we'll just get into it then.
All right. What's your number 10, dude?
Number 10 from last year is this indie game called Angerfoot.
Ooh.
This game was a fun time, and I'm going to suggest, we can start it in C. I think again, we were talking about this beforehand. It's like, you don't want nothing to be in C. But I still like this game. I would say it's probably around B, but maybe we'll see. We'll talk it out. But this is it.
We'll put it down here for now, and if we find that it gets a little unbalanced, we can move some stuff.
Yeah. So Angerfoot is a first-person shooter, but instead of using guns, the entire way that you do combat is with your feet, and you're given different shoes as you progress through these very quick Doom-like levels with very narrow corridors and really fast and brutal enemies that you are using different foot abilities. Like there's one where you can just charge your feet to where you just completely dash through a room and go straight through everybody. You have some
that's crazy
shoes that give you like anti-gravity, so you're jumping all over the place. You have some that like Gosh, I'm trying to remember some of the they have some really crazy ones. There's some that like you can just do like really rapid kicks like a like a Liu Kang in Mortal Kombat. Um, it's a super fun, super weird game. Like as you're going from level to level, it's kind of like Hotline Miami where it's like meant to be speed run. You have 3 different challenges you're doing on each level to try and get 3 stars if you really want to maximize it. But um, I'm trying to remember the name of the place it takes place, and it's like called Junk City or something like that. And it's just this really gross, ugly art style intentionally where everything is really slimy and everyone is awful. And the premise of this game is that someone came and stole your shoe collection, and so you have to go get them back from all these different mob bosses. One of which is like the leader of the Stink Gang, and one is like the leader of the corporate gang or whatever. It's like there's just it's this total parody of all these different gross things, but the dialogue is very funny as you go in between areas. You can kind of talk to people and you can kick everyone. You just kick them across the town and stuff like that. It's super over the top. It's super grimy and weird, but in a very intentional and fun way. It's not a game with the most incredible depth, but it was challenging and fun to try and get all the stars as I was going, or as many as I decided I wanted to. And it's really fun. I was playing it a lot of the time when I was in a Discord call with people, and they would just be watching me and be like, "What are you playing right now?" It's like one of those games that like you just really have to see. And
I'm really glad that you reminded me about this game because I remember being excited about it because it was in like a Devolver like Direct or something like that. And I was like, oh dude, this game looks super sick. And it just completely fell off my radar. I haven't heard anybody talk about it like since it came out or anything. So I'm glad that you've got it on here to kind of jog my memory on it a little bit. I'm gonna download it like almost as soon as we get off and try it out.
Yeah. It was like between this and Indiana Jones for my 10th. And like I said, I had Indy at 10 at one point, but the more I thought about it, I was like, I had more problems with Indy, and this game is like more straightforward. It's not trying for as much as Indiana Jones is, obviously, but I think that this game is very good at what it does, and very funny. I don't want to spoil it, but the ending especially is just ridiculous. It's a ridiculous game, but one that is polished and very fun. And I remember it way more than I expected it to. Sometimes you get through some of these more indie experiences and it's like, I don't want to, that's generalizing because some of my favorite games of all time are indie, but so many times you get through these gaming experiences and it's like, all right, that was fun, junk food or whatever. It's in one ear, not the other. But this is one that I'm surprised how much I remember specific instances from.
How long are you saying on this one, like lengthwise?
It's I could pull it up on my,
because it strikes me as like a shorter kind of game.
It's not long. There's like 5 big areas. You can get through each of them in like hour and a half. I'd say it's probably like 8 hours.
Okay, yeah, that's not too bad at all.
My Steam time is on it. 10 hours playtime for me, and that's with me going back for a couple of levels. And I didn't try and 3-star everything because it can get pretty hard, but a good bit.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'll have to give that one a shot. See, anything else on Angerfoot?
No, I think that's it. See, but I feel like I'm high enough on it. I'm thinking B, but we'll.
You want to throw it up in B?
Let's just throw it up in B.
Okay, yeah. I mean, we can get rid of the C tier altogether. I don't know that I need it for any of my games.
Up to you. I mean, we can wing it.
We'll see how it goes here. We're just gonna do that for now. My number 10, Super Mario Party Jamboree.
You can put that C tier back up right now, dude.
Actually, you might be right. You might be right. I do think this game probably isn't as good as anything that's about to go above it. But I mean, it's the best Mario Party that's come out in probably. I mean, it's the best Mario that's come out since the Wii. Maybe. I think this is better than all of the other Switch Mario Parties. I think it's better than 10. I think it's better than 9. 8 was the one on the Wii, and I like the one on the Wii a good bit.
Yeah, that's the only one I've owned in a long time. I actually played this a good bit this year. I own this game as well. It is number 14 on my list, and I would
really.
I've had fun with it. That game has made me rage. Shout out to any of the people who might be listening when I played it, who saw a different side of me. Apologies for that, but I think there are some cool maps in this. I do think there are a couple of stinker maps though, which is why
There definitely are some stinker maps
and
for sure.
I've only played it online, so maybe it's a different experience, but like some of the mini games, like the Donkey Kong mini game, dude, when you get Donkey Kong, whoever got to that space first and gets the advantage, it's impossible for them to lose basically. Like the extra bandwidth they get for making mistakes. Again, maybe it's the Nintendo internet and I was never going to win anyway, but it's like some of them just feel really busted and like some of the motion controls just feel really especially unresponsive. But that's probably being too critical for a Mario Party.
We still have yet to see a lot of like the jamboree like mini games, like the buddy mini games whenever you like pick up, you know, a character like off the board. But because we've sat down and played this game maybe 10 times, I swear to God, dude, like 7 out of these 10 times it's been Wario. He just pops up every time. We're like, dude, Wario again.
That's so funny. I feel like I've definitely gotten Donkey Kong the most with like, I'm trying to think who else. The rest have been pretty varied, but Donkey Kong is my Wario for sure. Yeah. And then
but those are the best parts of the game, is those mini games to me.
Yeah,
like,
the Rosalina one's really fun. Like the Mario Kart one is cool. The Yoshi one is so fun. The like little obstacle course one. No, the game it's a fun Mario Party game. It is fun. And the
single player content is like surprisingly like expansive.
Oh, is it? I haven't even.
Yeah. Me and Kayla and some of our friends, we were playing one night. Everybody left, and I wanted to grind a little bit of they kind of have like a battle pass mechanic for like unlocking like new little like reactions that you can use and new music and like all that kind of stuff.
Well,
I started playing
quite a bit.
I love the penguin from Mario 64 that's crying. That's my favorite one. But so I went to go try some of the single player stuff, and it's surprisingly not bad. Like we sat there and Kayla just watched me play the whole thing, and it was just a cute little, you know, you go on a board, you're trying to fix the board for like some party that the Goombas are trying to have on the Goomba volcano or like something like that. Like it's just a cute little thing, and you go play some mini games, and it's like a little item fetch quest sort of deal to like fix a bridge. You got to go to this Goomba over here who's grabbing some wood out of the sand, and then, you know, take that over there. It unlocks a new part of the island. Like it's really kind of neat, and I kind of want to get back to it. But yeah, from the party game aspect of it, I think that this is some of the best boards, some of the best mini games that Mario Party's had in a very, very long time. And the fact that you can even turn off the motion controlled mini games, I think that is such a massive thing. Yeah. That I'm glad that they implemented something like that. But yeah, Mario Party Jamboree, that's my number 10.
Yeah, it's good. It's cool. My number 9. Little game, probably never heard of it. It's called Marvel Rivals.
Oh, buddy. Is also my number 9.
Wow, that's crazy. Yep. Look at that wavelength. This game is really great. I think this game is a little unpolished in some ways, but it has so much style, so much flair. Some of the ways in which it's busted, I feel like can be fun. You know, it depends on how competitively I'm in the mood for that day. I think the roster is really good. It's fun to be a specialist in this game, a healer. I think they could work on maybe making tanks a little bit more fun. Duelists,
definitely
super fun. And it's just, as someone who, one of my favorite games of all time was Overwatch, and I feel like that game has just really fallen off in a unfortunate way. This came at a really good time, and it's a property I already obviously really love. So it's just cool to see these characters in this new way. And you know, it could potentially be higher, you know, at some point. But for now, with it, you know, just coming out, I think that it's got a lot of room to grow. And so far, they've done a good job with that. But could use a couple more maps, definitely, for sure, and things like that. So it's not perfect, but it's the start, I think, of a really great hero shooter, and does have, as much as it copies from other games, it does have a lot that makes it feel unique with its style and way certain characters play and stuff too.
Yeah, I definitely think like my real only gripe with Marvel Rivals so far is I think you're right. I think the tanks do need to be a little bit more fun as a tank main. like in Overwatch, coming over here playing some of these tanks, they're just they're not even close.
Venom is the only
to,
tank
you know,
I think I actually really enjoy playing. Like Doctor Strange, I don't mind. Like he's fine, he's good. But
yeah,
which again, credit to this game. I hated playing dive tanks in Overwatch. I would never play a dive tank in that game. But Venom as a dive tank in this game is amazing. I think he's so fun. But
yeah, I think Venom is super fun. Cap is like my main, and like he's a pretty like fun dive tank. Like he just gets in, bullies people, and it's kind of fun to do that. Sometimes you just get absolutely destroyed, and you know there's nothing that you can really do about it sometimes. But I mean, it's also dependent on like your team. Like it's a team game.
Yeah.
So like, you know, if your team is not with you on stuff, it's almost impossible to like solo queue rank up in this game.
I was on a streak for a while, but then I tried to do it the other day, and it was not great.
I've made it up to gold, and it's like ever since I got in gold, like everyone's IQ has like doubled or tripled from the silver players.
I made it up to plat,
do anything.
Plat 2, and I was doing pretty good, and then I started solo queuing after that, and it was I might be plat 3 now. But
yeah, it's not a good time.
Yeah, and that's one thing where it's like
healers are very good too.
Yeah,
they're way too good.
Yeah, I just think that it needs a little bit more quality of life stuff, but in the end, it will be something special, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and then that was also my number 9. So we just knocked out that's part of the overlap that we were kind of talking about, where we're gonna have a lot of the same kind of games on this. I wouldn't be surprised if the next 8 are all pretty close.
So for all your listeners, so far we have Mario Party Jamboree in C tier, and then we have Angerfoot at the bottom of B tier, and Marvel Rivals at the top of B tier. Are we good with that, or do you want to?
Yeah, I think I'm still good with that so far. Okay. Yeah. I don't have any qualms.
Part of me, now that I'm looking at it, it's like, is Angerfoot like a better game at what it does than Marvel Rivals? Because Marvel Rivals does have some flaws, but I don't. Ooh. But I put it underneath.
Then would Angerfoot be your number 9?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe I should have swapped. No, I don't. I mean, maybe if I wanted to be critical, but especially since Rivals is both of our number 9, I like it where it is too. But
okay, all right, cool.
You do your 8 then, since that was both of our 9s.
Yeah, we can do my 8. My number 8 is Neva.
It's also my number 8.
What?
Oh my god, that's great. This is not staged. This is not, we did not go over. We went over like our top couple ones because we knew those were probably gonna be the same. But then Andrew was like, I don't even know if I have more than 5, and so I didn't know what your bottom 5 were gonna be at all, much less they were gonna be the exact same as mine. Also,
yeah, for everyone listening, I'm a backlog demon. I very rarely play games the year that they come out, so just grounds to find 10 games. I didn't even beat Neva.
You didn't?
It's a 2-hour game and I didn't even beat it. But for the hour that I played of it, just stop it. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna beat it. I promise. I know it's really short, but I mean, this game had me tearing up in like the first, 5 minutes. Like, and if a game can like get that kind of emotional response out of me, it deserves some kind of recognition, because I mean the art style is fantastic. The combat is relatively bare bones, but it's not a combat like focused game. It's it's supposed to be very artsy, and it's more of like a spectacle to me, at least from what I've played. I've only made it through whatever the first 3 or 4 levels of it, but yeah, I mean, I just think it's fun to look at. It's fun to play, and that emotional response is extremely powerful. And I'm sure the end is gonna do something to me as well.
Yeah.
But what are your thoughts?
Yeah, Neva is a special game. For those who don't know, the premise is you're playing as this kind of warrior woman who, there's no spoken dialogue in this game whatsoever, other than the word Neva, which is the name of this dog wolf beast with antlers that you get to see through multiple seasons of its life. And at the start of it, the game, you see this cutscene of this mother who is kind of helping to stop this kind of black sickness that is kind of infecting the land. and kind of trying to make sure I don't spoil anything here. Things happen, and you spend the journey with this cub through the different periods of its life, and it is, like Andrew said, a very artistic and beautiful game that has a lovely soundtrack, very haunting, and
The soundtrack's so good.
goes with the seasons through these very bright, spring woodland forest areas, through these dark winters that you're seeing. This darkness continue to be an issue that's infecting and plaguing the world, and you're working with this pup who starts as a pup that you are protecting in a lot of ways, who ends up, as you go through the seasons and grows, working with, and it even helping you to kind of overcome these obstacles. And it, everyone's like, I'm not going to play this if anything happens to the dog or whatever. And it's like, I totally understand that. I have 2 puppies, one of which you've been seeing moving around in the back. Not puppies, but I call them puppies. They're dogs. My dog Cora I'm obsessed with. I mean, I love that dog more than almost anything else on this planet. And, so I get it. I'm very sensitive to that. And I never want anything to happen to her. And when I started this game, but it does feel like, I was listening to the MinMax podcast, and they were saying, like, ultimately this game really feels like, in some ways, it is, you know what you're getting into. It's an artsy game that's just beautiful, that's a sad, got sad aspects with a dog in it. And I think there's something to be said for that, because in what you said is correct, that it is straightforward in the gameplay and combat, but there are some sections that the art style feeds into the puzzles and the gameplay in which you're maneuvering through the world in a really cool, unique way. And from an emotional standpoint, I wept at the end of this game. I mean,
Yeah.
I wasn't really emotional at the beginning. I was kind of thinking, oh, this is really going to hit me. And I didn't really feel like it earned it at the beginning in a way where it wasn't hitting me. And it wasn't that I think that the game does anything cheap or whatever, but getting to the ending, this is one of those games where when I finished it, I immediately looked up what other people's interpretations of it were. And there were some interviews with the developers that I thought were really insightful and interesting, that were similar to what I thought, but wasn't an exact interpretation of an exact replication of my interpretation. And I think that with it being so artful, that really helps to be able to look at it from a different way. And why it hit me so hard was because I look at this and apply it to certain aspects of my life, obviously. But if you're a parent of a child, you're going to look at this game probably very differently. If you haven't been at that point in your life, then you might look at it differently as well. And I think it's one of those games that leaves room for that in a way that not everything does. And so I really think this game is special. I can't believe you did not finish it. It is like 4 hours. Andrew, what are you doing?
I'm telling you, I'm scrounging for
session. I did not. I sat down and I didn't get up till I finished it.
I wanted to savor it, so I told myself that I was going to play one level every day until I beat it. And then one day I stopped playing the level.
You should finish it. You should finish it. That's all I'll say.
I think I just forgot. But yeah, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. We're scrounging for 10 games for me to put on.
Well, lucky
of
for
games
you,
that I played last year.
Right, because it is number 8.
Yeah, definitely.
You think it's top of B tier? That's what you think?
Do I think it? Yeah. I mean, do you think that we start going up from here? Do you think that we're getting into that territory?
It's close, because it's a straightforward game. I mean, as far as what it is going for, it's real close for me between bottom of A and top of B.
I think that there's some really good games that are about to go up here, and some spectacular games that are going here and here.
Yeah. It just depends on how much
I think
we duplicate ourselves going forward, I guess.
Yeah, definitely.
We can leave it at top of B for now. I might.
Yeah, and we can reorder later on.
My number 7 is Nine Souls.
Ooh.
Nine Souls is a indie game. I want to say I got this wrong before, so I don't want to say this incorrectly. The team is Red Candle Games, which is a Taiwanese developer.
Interesting.
And they have made some other games. There was one other one particular that I think was kind of popular that I'm blanking on, but this is a very, very tough 2D Metroidvania that heavily relies on a parry mechanic that is akin to Sekiro, if you've ever played that. You play as this sort of little, I don't even know how to describe it. I guess he's like a wolf boy, but he's not like the wolf and
little cat wolf man.
Yeah, maybe more cat like. Who you find at the beginning of the game is living in this village where he doesn't really belong, and essentially goes on this revenge quest to kind of try to get back at this group of 9 organization members. Not Organization 13, Organization 9 members who have wronged him and kind of screwed up the planet basically for everybody, and have been manipulating these group of people who basically worship them as like deities. And so he's trying to gather up these 9 relics that these different leaders have to help save, as a last ditch effort to kind of save the people. And specifically one young boy who he kind of takes under his wing. And it's just it is one of the most satisfying gameplay games I played in a long time, and that you have to memorize the boss patterns. You have to learn the mechanics. It is not one of those games that you can kind of cheese your way through. Like the last boss was one of the situations where I started it and I was like, I do not know if I physically am capable of beating this boss. I think that I am outmatched. And it was such a clear progression from, okay, by the end of that night, I was getting to a different phase and could already see the progression. And then the next night, I was able to beat it after, I think it was the next night, maybe even one extra night of like gradual but very consistent and steady progression as I studied and learned. And it was the end of the game. Like you can reach a point of no return. It's not like I could go back and
like
do something. Yeah, it's pure skill. And I say that I knew someone else. I had a friend who was not aware they were at the point of no return, and they got there way too early and had not gotten enough stuff. And they did. They went to the files and got an old save file, which I did do once to get a different ending because this game has multiple endings. And I'm really glad I did actually because I think that my ending, the true ending, was really satisfying. It's one of those games. There's a lot of dialogue. I didn't fall in love with the story, but it kept me going enough in a way that I thought it was still engaging. It's like weirdly brutal in a lot of ways. Like it's a very cartoon art style, but it is not afraid to have these grotesque creatures in it and kind of violent stuff in it. That's but that doesn't feel excessive. I mean, it feels like it's part of this world that's supposed to be this kind of hidden, gross underbelly that was hiding underneath these unsuspecting villagers and things like that. So it's just a very, very satisfying gameplay loop with it's a Metroidvania with a difficulty curve that feels really gratifying to kind of overcome.
You kind of sold me on the like story premise a little bit. I think that sounds really cool, and I've heard nothing but good things about the gameplay for it. I've watched a few videos, and it's definitely one that I'm gonna keep in the back of my mind the next time that I want to play a good Metroidvania, because Metroidvanias are like, I mean, that's in my top tier of like gaming genres.
I like the genre. The only time it annoys me is when I do think some of them sacrilege, but like Hollow Knight, I ended up not finishing Hollow Knight because I just got to a point where I didn't know where I was supposed to go, and I felt like I was wasting a ton of time. And at some point, I dropped this game because it was my Steam Deck game, so I played it on a flight, made a ton of good progress. I was like, oh, this is really good. And then I didn't get back to it for a while, and I was like, I have no idea where I am, and I am not going to figure it out. So I just ended up looking it up. And once I got back on track, then it was really, really satisfying. That's my one thing with some Metroidvanias. But this game still can be a little difficult to navigate. So if that's a problem for you too, just be aware of that. But there are guides out there for it if you can find it. This and Prince of Persia: Lost Crown were like the two big Metroidvanias last year, and I thought The Lost Crown was good, but it didn't make my top 10. I think this is definitely the one to go for from last year, because I think the story is better, and I think the combat is better. Not to put another thing down, I think that game is still good, but this is just on another level.
I'll have to give it a shot. I have Prince of Persia in my backlog over here. I've been itching to get around to it.
That means you'll get to it for sure, because it's a backlog game.
One Tim Geddes has been very, very happy with that game.
Yeah, him
last year it seems.
Where he did was a little crazy, but a little while. But I'm glad he liked
it. My number. What are we on?
That was
7.
7, yeah.
Okay. My number 7 is gonna be Tekken 8.
Tekken 8.
Yeah, I think this game is freaking sick, dude. I'm gonna start off by saying I don't know anything about Tekken. Right? I went into this game. I have not played at least like the single player stuff of any Tekken game. And I'm normally not. I'm a big fighting game guy, but I'm not like a single player mode like in fighting games kind of guy. This is like the most anime crazy like set piece kind of fighting game I maybe have ever played. There's just always so much crazy stuff going on, and I mean the game itself is fun like in its own right, and there's those kind of every fighting game nowadays is kind of picking up this beginner friendly control scheme for anybody who's coming in. They've never played a Tekken game before. They never played any fighting game. You can kind of press some buttons and the character will most of the time just do something for you, which for the beginners is awesome. And I hope that every fighting game in the future does this. But the game feels really tight.
I don't know, dude. I'm not trying to fight more kin on modern controls, or on that. I don't know, dude. That's not an experience I want to encourage.
I don't blame you. I do hate modern players on Street Fighter 6. That's definitely a conversation.
I hope this is in every game, but I will hate you.
But I definitely hate on the people that use it. But it's good. It's good for the people who wouldn't buy the game.
No, accessibility is always
it wasn't
good.
In the game.
It's just especially tilting when you play against
when you lose to it. Yeah, definitely. It also definitely helps. This game might have been bumped down a spot if they did not put Clive from Final Fantasy 16 in it.
Dude, when you were like, I was gonna bring this up because I specifically asked you. I was like, should I pick up Tekken 8 just for Clive? And you're like, I don't know, dude. This game's pretty intense.
It's hard. It's hard to get into.
That's what my impression has always been of Tekken. It's been very intimidating to me.
Yeah, it's intimidating to me. I've probably played this game for 100 hours, and I maybe on the edge of like 75. I put 50 or 60 in on my PlayStation, and then I played a bunch over at my buddy's house. But even I still don't understand what's going on from fighting people. I don't really know combos that well. I just have fun like trying to learn stuff. There's a ton of ins and outs of this game. Like if you main this game and this is your game, you have to like live this game. Mm-hmm. You have to play it for years and years and years to like really get. It's a very steep learning curve to get into this game. But if you just want to come in and see some super like high budget anime single player, kind of stuff, this is a good game to hop on. I mean the story mode is truly incredible, and I hear that they're adding more stuff to the story mode if they haven't already. So highly recommend Tekken 8. That's my number 7.
I dream of getting into it one day, man. I just don't know.
We'll get into it together. We'll both be beginners together, and I'll show you what very very little I know.
Perfect. It's all about the guest characters for me for these games. That's always the most interested I get in them. If it's a game that I'm not already playing, like a fighting game I'm not already
Yeah.
into. So Clive was pretty high up there. You know.
Clive was great. I called Clive being a guest character ever since Tekken 8 got announced. I was like, they put Noctis in Tekken 7. They're gonna put Clive or Tifa in Tekken 8. Train? I was on the Tifa train. I wanted it to be Tifa so bad. I was 90% sure it was gonna be Clive.
Yeah.
And then it was Clive, and I was really sad. I was happy, but I was really sad. I freaked out. I think that got announced at it was either Game Awards. Yeah, it was a Game Awards. And that was my announcement of the whole show. I was like screaming, crying, like yeah.
That's crazy.
But yeah.
Did you want that in B tier?
For my money, I do think that this is an A tier game.
I don't see,
and it's not because I'm good at it or anything like that, because I'm definitely not. But I watch a lot of it, and from like a fighting game standpoint, like we're getting into like kind of peak fighting game a little bit.
Okay, I mean, I know so little about it. I don't feel like I have the chutzpah to really back up. You know, I will have to trust your opinion on it. Basically, I don't have as much of an opinion on it. It's hard.
I mean, we can.
No, it's not really. It's more. I'm just looking at some of the other stuff in B, and I'm like, feels bad to call these B when I still think they're great. It's less that I think Tekken needs to go down. It's more like, well, if these others are down, then
we'll put in parentheses next to all of these. Still good game.
Yeah.
And then maybe it'll make us feel a little bit better.
Yeah, I'll sleep till the night. That's important. All right, we're on number 6, I think, right?
Yes.
My number 6 is Like a Dragon: Infinite Wealth.
That was what I predicted.
Yeah. It's A. It's definitely A.
It's A. Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely A. I said it earlier in the podcast. Yakuza 7, Like a Dragon, my first Yakuza game I played. I do, so many people say Zero's their favorite, and I'm so early on, I can't say. But in my mind, I'm like 4 chapters in. There's no way this is beaten Like a Dragon, right? I think to some extent the first one you play is probably going to be your favorite. Probably because your first will either be 0 or 7, because those are like the 2 best jumping on points, I think. But this game is a sequel to that game, Yakuza 7. It is a direct follow-up to the new protagonist Ichiban's story, where he goes off to Hawaii to try to find his mother. He's an orphan, and so he doesn't really know his backstory. But adventures ensue when he's there. It's a new setting for the series, which is really cool. It is hilarious to me when I'm going back and playing Yakuza 0 right now, and I'm seeing the same environments that they used in every other Yakuza game that I've played so far, which is how they pump out as many games as they do. I don't think it's a bad thing. In some ways, it's almost endearing. So it's like, oh yeah, we're back in Sotenbori, man. I know this place.
Yakuza fans eat good.
Yeah.
They constantly eat good. I'm so jealous.
And so it was cool though to be in a new area. I just think this game is so colorful. But it's also, you have dual parties. There's a huge cast of characters in this game because you have Ichiban, who's the main protagonist, and also Kiryu, who was the former main protagonist in the older Yakuza games before Like a Dragon, who is kind of on this I don't want to, again, this is one of those things that was definitely pretty widely publicized in the trailers, but I won't say how Kiryu's involved, but he's kind of at the point in his career where he's this aged kind of master role, and he's almost helping to pass the baton on to Ichiban in a way. And so as someone who just didn't have the bandwidth to go back and play all the other Yakuza games, I think this game's 2 biggest faults, one of which are partially self-inflicted, is that there is a lot of fan service in this game that's clearly meant for people who have played all of the games, and it really references them heavily in a way that I still enjoy. I didn't find it distracting, but I definitely think I would have gotten more out of if I had a richer history with this game. But the other one is the ending. I really, really think this game fumbles the last chapter or two on both sides of the story, which is just really unfortunate. I think it loses the plot a little bit. But everything else about this game is incredible. There's an entire side campaign of a Pokemon League where
I was gonna ask about the Pokemon.
You're capturing these thugs as you go. And, it's this turn-based JRPG, which is different from the older ones where kind of beat 'em up. And Ichiban, because he's this just complete dork and he loves video games, he sees all the enemies as these like JRPG archetypes, and so you see this like this guy who's running around in a trash bag, and he's like the bandit or whatever, and it's all these really kooky, funny, different interpretations of them. And so you're catching all of these different thugs as you go for one specific job archetype you can have. With it being a turn-based RPG, everyone has different roles they can fill. So you can have like a tank on your party, someone but they're not even called that because they're way more creative than that. It's like you're the a football guy, and so whenever your person in your party has that role, they put on a helmet and they have these more defensive, they have all this padding and stuff like that. Or you'll have someone who is a mechanic, and so he just hits people with his wrench or pulls out a generator and shocks them with it and stuff like that.
Oh my God.
And one of the ones that Ichiban can get is a Sujimon master, where he catches all of these different enemies that you beat and then can recruit them and use them as different elemental attacks, depending on who they are. And there's an entire like side campaign with that, on top of the usual regular crazy side stories. These games are really well known for how funny but heartfelt, how well it balances the kooky and quirky with the really, really profound drama in a lot of ways. And this game has one of the best side quests of any game I've ever played, where it's both a callback to a previous Yakuza game that I have played, which was nice, but also, is in the moment and has this really touching and hilarious tribute. And it's just so unique. There's nothing else like it. It's hilarious. Ichiban. There is one moment in this game, again, like the ending, I have some issues with, but there is one moment in the middle that is still just hits me when I think about it. And it's not one that I think would really hit for a lot of people, but it just really worked for me because of how sincere of a character he is. There is just so much to do in this game, and I really love it, and I've wish it was higher on my list, but it was such a great year for games, and that ending did sour me on it more than I would have liked. But when I think back on all of the other aspects of it that are so unique and so good, there's also an entire Animal Crossing island that you go to.
That was literally what I was just about to ask you. I was like, is it this one or is it the previous one?
It's so content rich, man. There is an entire island you go to where these pirates have been coming and trying to dump all their trash, and you have to go restore it to its cleanliness, structure, so that you can build different things on it and have a whole little Animal Crossing style. You bring guests to the island and make them happy and build a profit. There's just so many systems in this game that are so in depth and so fleshed out. It's really impressive, and I love it for all its faults.
You've spoken so many good words about this one and Like a Dragon, like the first Like a Dragon.
From a gameplay standpoint, to be clear, this game is definitely better than Yakuza 7 Like a Dragon. Like the way that they change the combat, like in this one you can actually move a lot more, where the other, they're both turn-based, but this one, you get into these fights and you have like a little circle that you can kind of maneuver your characters around in a way that gives you more mobility and more options when you're trying to set up like team up attacks. Like, okay, if I hit them this way where my other teammate's standing, then I'll get an extra boost in the damage or whatever. So there is more depth to it in that way. And
that's so cool.
I think that the different job system, which was in the other game, but I think it works even better in this one. I like the jobs more. It's from a gameplay standpoint, this is the best Yakuza in my opinion. And it's not. There's one huge difficulty spike in 7 that is just obnoxious. That I really had to grind for. And this is got challenging moments, but at least for me, who was doing all the side stuff because it was fun, who was doing all of these side extra campaigns, basically, I did not have nearly as many issues with the difficulty in this one, so it feels like a better paced and balanced game too. So gameplay wise, best there is to offer, but really cool. I'm glad I'm getting into this franchise. I wish there was more time for me to either play them all or that there just weren't so many games.
Because there are a ton before. I mean, there's 6. No, there's like 7. Because there's 0.
6 is all Kiryu, and then 7. 8.
7 is where it starts with Ichiban, and okay.
They stopped numbering them. So it's complicated, but yeah, there's
so many games.
Yeah, it's like 10 games.
And there's a bunch of side games too, right? There's like the man who erases name, and like isn't there like
the man who erases name is like the connecting game between 7 and 8 for Kiryu. It kind of explains what he was doing in that time. So it's a spin-off, but it's not really, because you really need to play it to know how Kiryu, like the game starts. Infinite Wealth starts like right where that game ends.
Okay.
And there are characters in that are important in 8. So it's not really a spin-off. And like this one that's about to come out, I don't remember if it's takes place at the same time as 8 or if it's a sequel to 8 technically, but you're playing as a different character. But I have heard it is canon. I think it might be also, I don't know. It's around the time period of 8. It's all complicated.
Okay.
We'll see how relevant that one is. But yeah, only one.
My goal this year is to get into Like a Dragon.
I really hope you do. Only one of the spin-offs I think is well, there's this one that I don't even know if it was released in America. It's like a zombie game. I think that one is non-canon. But the other one that came out recently was Ishin, which takes them back to like samurai times, where it's not technically the characters from Yakuza. They're just like they're portraying other characters, but they look like Kiryu and Majima and stuff like that. So that one is, I think, technically not canon, kind of. So that's one you don't have to play.
Very cool. Very cool. Very, very cool.
Sorry.
No, dude, you're good. You're good. I know that's a really big one for you. I know. So you were all good. So we're on number 6?
Yeah. 6.
My number 6 is Rivals of Ether 2. This is a platform fighter, kind of similar to Smash. It's more similar to Melee than anything. There's a lot of the same mechanics as Melee in this game, and there's some characters that are kind of like clone characters. Like there's a big sword character. She's kind of like Marth. You've got a fox clone. You've got, they have similarities, but they're different enough to stand on their own. The cool thing about every character is that they all kind of have like an environmental like transformation kind of deal, where they can affect something in the environment. So like the sword character that I was just talking about, when she counters, this big giant force field comes up around her and it blocks all projectiles, and it stays there for a significant amount of time. She's kind of like Gardevoir, like the Pokemon in Smash.
The item.
Yeah. Like the item. Or you have Crag. He's this big rock beetle. He loves rocks for some reason, but his up B, like his recovery to get back to the stage is this giant pillar that can go up to the very top of the map. Like everybody kind of has a little environmental shift that they can do, and it's super cool. It's in fully 3D. Well, I mean, it's still like 2D, but it's Rivals of Ether 1 was sprite based.
Right.
It was completely 2D, like, just flat, and it still looked great. I love how that game looked. Coming over to this game, it's 3D, 2D. and it feels awesome. It really does feel awesome. Like I have a hard time playing Super Smash Brothers Melee, but I can hop right into this game and just feel like a boss, just like wave dashing all around and pulling off cool combos. And most of the time, I get my butt beat big time. But yeah, I've had a really good time with this game, and I haven't ranked above Tekken 8 on my personal tier list, but I don't think that it's a better game than Tekken 8. So for that reason,
wow,
it's gonna go below Tekken 8 for me on the tier list.
Mixing things up. I like it. Yeah, I remember you mentioning to me before that you thought I should jump into that. I mean, you say you think it's accessible.
Oh yeah. I think it's very accessible. I mean, even if you just play Smash casually, like it's not like you don't have to like grind to be good at this game. Like you can play it as if it's Smash Ultimate if you want to. Will you go online and get absolutely bopped by people if you do it like that? Yeah, for sure. But if you boot up this game in a room full of your friends who have never played Rivals of Aether before, like everyone's gonna have a good time with it for sure. There's no items. Like it's definitely more of like it's more competitive focused than casual focused. But you can still have a good time with your friends with it. Absolutely.
Is it free to play?
It is not free to play. I think it's $20 or $30. It's relatively cheap, and every content update is free. They're coming out with 4 new characters every year.
Does it have a good?
They're all free.
Good community behind it.
Yeah, great community. I mean, pretty much the entire Smash community is behind this game. A lot of fighting game tournaments are starting to pick it up. It's going to be at EVO this year.
Yeah, they just added it, right? Didn't they add like a bunch of extra like?
Yeah, they added a bunch of extra games. They added King of Fighter like 15. They added like a bunch of different stuff. So yeah, it's getting some pretty good wide recognition from at least the fighting game community, and hopefully it keeps on going. They just added their first new character, and they're just gonna keep adding more stuff. Yeah, it's been really awesome so far. So cool. That's my number 6. Ranked below Tekken 8. Bottom of A.
All right. Now we're on to the top 5. It's getting pretty crazy, and I'm gonna have to ask this one. We started in the S tier. This is Elden Ring: Shadow of the Erd Tree, which just a quick cut this off at the knee here debate. All right, this is DLC. And I don't think if this was the Game Awards and we were talking about what was Game of the Year, my personal opinion is I would not put this in the running for that category because it is a DLC, not a game. But in our ranking of like our game, our games that we played this year, I still think it deserves recognition. And it's not like we're going to do a separate DLC thing. So I think that this is substantial enough that it could be comparable to most games. I just think when you're the Game Awards and you're like the official organization and you have the platform to highlight DLC, just do that. Anyway, but I think this is worth including here. We didn't actually talk about this. Are you cool with including this here?
Yeah, I have no problem with including this. We're very much in the same boat on. I don't think that it should have been nominated, but I think that it's fine to put on a relatively harmless like list like this.
Yeah, if we were like doing an award show ourselves, and it was like we had a platform where we were just doing like we could do DLCs, then I would be like, okay, yeah, then separate it into its own category. But anyway,
yeah. If
you're a gamer, I'm just gonna say this, and I don't think you played this. So that's gonna sound like I'm throwing shade. You've at least heard of Shadow of the Erd Tree. You've probably played it. I mean, it's Elden Ring. It's huge. It's gigantic. It's one of the biggest RPGs ever made. In my opinion, it's one of the best RPGs ever made. And this is just more Elden Ring. I think that the one flaw I would ding this for is that some of the environments felt a little too open and bland. Well, I wouldn't even say bland because they did have style, but there just wasn't. They were intentional, obviously. I know there was probably some lore reason for why this area. I spent 15 minutes riding my horsey around and didn't find anything of worth. But, at least it looked kind of cool, I guess. But I think a lot of the new weapons they added were really cool. Mesmer is one of the coolest boss fights. I talked earlier about Nine Souls and how I felt like it was one of the most satisfying final bosses I've ever beaten. Final boss of this DLC, I would call satisfying just because I also genuinely didn't know if I could ever beat it. I didn't feel as proud of it because I definitely had to look up, like, what am I supposed to do against this move? I literally don't know what I am supposed to be doing to avoid this because there's so much visual clutter on the screen. I actually think it isn't one of their best design bosses, but it did still give me that sense of elation when I did finally beat it. Um,
I hear that a lot about that final boss. But some people are. I feel like it's pretty widely agreed upon that like it's not the best design boss, or maybe it is the best design boss, and nobody just knows what they're doing.
No, I mean,
but I mean, I wouldn't know. I haven't played
there
it.
are ways once you learn how to handle certain things that you can relatively consistently do it in that way. It's well designed, but like I was able to figure that out with Nine Souls on my own because I can look and learn, and there's so much light and junk flying on my screen in the last fight in Erdtree that I wasn't going to figure that out, and it wasn't from lack of trying. You know, it was like I can't see what's happening. I don't have the visual cues I need to really feel like I'm learning from this.
Yeah,
but it's still a very cool fight. The music is incredible, like it always is for the DLCs, especially for these games. I feel like the environments are really cool. There was one forest area that is kind of annoying to traverse because you really can't use your horse very much, and there's certain enemies that will like hunt you down and like one shot you if you see them or if they see you, so you kind of have to like stealth it, which, as annoying as it was still memorable and cool to have an area that's so different than anything else in those games. It encouraged me to start a new game plus run. I didn't finish it, but it got me enough back, in the Elden Ring bug to really want to do it. And the I've been a Souls fan since Demon Souls. I'm not trying to sound like a hipster or anything, but I remember getting my Game Informer magazine back when I was in middle school, still I think, maybe high school, and seeing the review for Demon Souls. I mean, like, wow, that's a 9 out of 10. This looks really cool. Like, I like fantasy RPGs. I just picked it up from a GameStop from that. No one knew anything about it, and it just absolutely destroying me and me just banging my head against the wall until I beat it. And so I've always loved these games. I've never some I'm better at than others, but they are always satisfying. And the sense of exploration that Elden Ring really gives you is just, I think, completely unmatched. And Erdtree just gives you more of it. It's just more of a near perfect experience. And with the exception, the last boss can be a little frustrating, but he is nothing compared to that stupid boar guy. People who played it, you know what I'm talking about. That is one of the worst designed bosses I've ever fought in my life. But still an S tier expansion, still an S tier gaming experience, just because the freedom with which they give you to mess with your builds and have, I'm not, as much as I love the Souls games, the lore stuff isn't what draws me in. It's not my main appeal, but I still think that the vibes they give off are enough to keep me interested in a way that I think is really impressive, where even if I can't explain to you tangibly what I'm experiencing, I'm getting certain elements out of it anyway. I think that's impressive in and of itself. So, fantastic game.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome. I'm so excited to finally hop into Elden Ring one day. I'm a very recent, and you know this, I'm a very recent FromSoft fan.
You just played your first game for the first time last year, right?
Yeah. I have not been around since Demon Souls. I've been around since January 2024 when I booted up Bloodborne for the first time. And I love Bloodborne. I beat Dark Souls 1. Started Dark Souls 3. The goal was to play everything leading up to Elden Ring and then like have that be like the culmination of everything. It's going to take me a long time to get there. I think I might abort that mission and just go play Elden Ring because I'm tired of hearing everybody talk about how good it is. I just want to see for myself how good
it's not like it's not like Yakuza where even they say you can play whatever, and like you can, but like you should play the other ones. Like you really don't need to play any of the other ones.
Yeah,
for the Souls games.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be on my list this year for games to get back to. I'm never gonna play a game that comes out in 2025.
It's gonna be an interesting podcast. 'Cause every week I'm gonna be like, all right, this is what I play. This brand new. And Andrew's gonna be like, and here's Mega Man 24. No, I think that's good though. I wish I could be you. I'm so obsessed with the like. I want to talk about what's here and what's now.
You want to be in the now and like, yeah, definitely.
It means I miss out on some really great stuff that I just can't get to. I think
I'm obsessed with I've bought too many games that are on sale all at one time. And at some point I have to actually go back and play them. That's the hard part for me, is that I can't say no to a deal, but I don't have time.
That's the way to do it.
And
honestly.
Yeah.
All right, what is your number 5?
My number 5, I'm actually struggling a little bit because I've gotten to this point now. I'm rethinking my decision. Maybe
Skull and Bones is right there. Skull and Bones is right there.
Skull and Bones is right there. Just put it like down a couple tiers right there. This is tough. This could go higher than number 5. I haven't finished it.
For audio listeners, this man just had the audacity to put Metaphor Refantasio at number 5.
I put Metaphor Refantasio at number 5. I've not finished it. I'm maybe halfway through the game. And please trust me when I say I really do love this game. Just starting to play this game immediately after coming off Persona 4, it doesn't hit the same for me as Persona 4. And I think maybe that's my own mistake, is playing it immediately after playing Persona 4 for the first time.
That's a lot of Atlas.
Yeah, and it's a lot of Atlas, and I think maybe I've Atlas myself out. But
so for those who don't know, Metaphor Refantasio, my number 3, by the way. Just gonna go ahead and put that out there.
Okay.
Metaphor is a game developed by Atlas, same people who've made the Persona games, which are these super highly acclaimed JRPGs that have to do with like catching different demons and things like that, and using their powers to fight corruption or the dark parts of yourself. There's a lot of really cool psychology and elements to that, but this is a totally different take with a lot of the same systems fleshed out in new and cool ways, where in this world you're playing, it's a fantasy where it is clearly inspired by like the European area, because you have people with very different European accents, like kind of a I don't want to give the wrong ones, like Scottish accent for some folks, and kind of a lot of English accents and things like that, and that kind of style of fantasy with like elves and things like that, but really unique characters. There's like, you know, this whole race of bat people and these like dog people and things like that. It's not your typical archetypes of like gnomes and dwarves and things like that. And you play as this protagonist who is and I'm trying to make sure I don't spoil anything here, so I don't unintentionally put.
Yeah.
You're playing as a protagonist who.
All I know is that he is an Elda.
Yes, which is like
boy,
the most looked down upon race of people in this world, and he was best friends with the prince, who was attacked, and at the beginning of the game there is an assassination of the king, who, with the prince being indisposed and the king being dead, there now is this giant opening of power where you discover that an election must now be held for the people to decide who they want to be the new leader. And you, as the friend of the prince, knowing secretly that he's still alive, go on this journey to try to figure out how you can help him be free from his curse, basically. That's I think I got through that without spoiling anything.
That was pretty good. Yeah,
But what
I mean, the biggest thing that's been, I mean, carrying me through this game is like the story of it all. This is like one of the more fascinating like JRPG stories that I've played, and
it's wholly unique.
In a minute.
It's entirely unique. There's nothing like it.
Yeah.
I mean, it is political in the most unbiased definition of the word, and that it is a game about politics, which is something we just do not see. And it's not about Republican or Democrat or any parties. I mean, they're about parties, but it's about basically different people trying to figure out what's the best way for us to take care of each other. You know, there are candidates who run on the platform of, oh, the old people in society have given all of their lives, and so they should be living easy lives at this point, and the young should be sustaining them. And then you have a candidate who thinks that it should all be based off of beauty and, you know, your status, essentially. And all these different approaches, some of which are obviously, I think, intended to be vapid and ridiculous, and others that are based off of, you know, some instances in which you could understand where the person is coming from. But it doesn't shy away from, like we said, Eldas. The race is being represented as these people who were looked down and frowned upon and disregarded in society. And the way that the game really isn't afraid to lean into that, and what those kind of people, what their outlook is on the world and how they can change it, is so interesting. But it's all tied around this. I haven't even really said the main conceit of the game. It tells you right when you start is that you as the player are reading this story about these characters. It says, you know, that you are kind of, you know, the narrator says that basically you are like, you know, do you believe that fantasy has the power to change reality, is really what it's saying. And so it kind of leans into this as you go about playing with that theme and trying to decide if you believe that even though this game you're playing isn't real, you know, do you as the person think that it means anything? Can art influence real life? And it's just there's so many unique themes like that. You're looking at me like I said something crazy. Are you?
No, you're good. I thought that maybe you accidentally spoiled something for me, but if that was in the very beginning, I just don't remember it. So you're good.
I don't think I did. I mean,
no, you're good.
Like,
you're
good. Persona games are like, everything you read here is a work of fiction. Do you agree?
You're talking about that part.
Yeah, I'm talking about the very beginning.
Oh,
like,
okay.
You're putting your name, and the game asks, "What is your name?" Not the protagonist name, because you separately name yourself and the protagonist.
Right.
So I don't think that's a spoil. I mean, the game separates.
No, you're good. Yeah. It definitely does. It's just been so many hours.
Yeah. And so it just has these really unique takes, and on top of just a combat system that I think is the only flaw with it is it also has a class-based combat system, kind of like Yakuza, but you have to level up. So say you want to be a warrior, and so you spend all of your experience leveling them up as a warrior. Well, maybe you unlock a new archetype as you go for a knight, but to be a knight, you have to level up the rogue class, and you maybe haven't been putting your points into that class for that character. But so now you have to go dump them into this other thing that you weren't going to use, or maybe you've even worse put into a different character, and now you feel like you wasted it with them. And it doesn't really guide you at the beginning, because any character can be any job class. And I think
that is my biggest gripe with the whole game, is that there's not a real like rhyme or reason to how the archetype system works, and I'm still kind of trying to like wrap my mind around it, because in Persona, obviously, you know, you have your protagonist who can harness any persona, he can do any job, you know, in this case he would be able to do any archetype, and then you have your party members who they've got one class, they've got one persona, they've got one archetype, and that's it. They're just stuck with that thing for the entire game, you know. So to get to this game and it's like anybody can be anything, I'm like, I don't know what to do. Like, I'm overwhelmed, and, you know, trying to like piece it all together and figure out, you know, what archetypes I want to pair with what, and
In the early
It's a
game, it's
little
cool because it
weird.
gives you freedom to really customize your party in ways that are really unique. But as you
Yeah,
go and you realize that there are certain characters that really are built to be more aligned with certain classes, archetypes, it at that point you're screwed. You can't really do anything about it. And so I think that I would have preferred to just have less freedom if it meant that I was wasting less time, which is my only
yeah,
big problem with that. But that and just how long the game is essentially my only critique. I mean, I think what it does narratively is incredibly different. I think it makes it stand out. The music is great. It's not quite as good as some of the other Atlas games, um,
I agree.
but some of the themes are still really good. Um, art style,
I think the characters are awesome.
dude, the cast is incredible.
Characters are so
There's
good.
just no stinkers in this cast. They're just all
Heisman is my dude for life.
incredible. Just an incredible character. I can't believe he wasn't nominated for voice acting role at the Game Awards.
Yeah.
There's another one as well that I'm shocked that was not given more recognition. But I mean, all of them, even the more plain characters like Stroll, the first party member you meet. I mean, as far as the bro archetype, he still is more fleshed out and more unique to me than most other characters in that kind of role. So I really, I think this game is incredible. I think it should go above Erdtree. Personally, I think it's the top of it.
I as someone who has not played Erdtree, I agree with you.
I love Erdtree, but I think Metaphor is, I expected Metaphor to be my game of the year, and like I said, it's my number 3. I adore this game. We can't have all of my top 5 in S plus. I just think, I think Metaphor is a huge step forward for the team. I still love Persona. It's really hard to think about where they go next. I mean, it's just so cool now that they have so much that they can do. And I just think that game is really cool.
I hope they just keep spitting them out, dude. I hope that we get
bro, it takes them like
a Persona 4 remake.
Games, dude. It's been a long time since people.
But then we get a team. We get a team going on Metaphor 2. I don't know if this game is set up for another Metaphor game, but you get 2 teams going like back to back. We get a new one. Every whatever. Every 8 years instead of every 12 years. Perfect. Then we're cooking.
Cooking something. Slow cooking. So we're doing.
Slow cooking. But yeah, that's pretty much all that I got on that game. Still about halfway through it, and I'll report back once I've wrapped everything up and let you know my thoughts.
All in due time. All right, that's your number 5. No,
it's my number 5.
Yeah.
Yep.
My number 4 is a little game that might have some connections to Metaphor, which is Persona 3 Reload.
Ooh. Where would you like to put it on the tier list before we get too far?
It's not.
Do you think it goes?
Metaphor. It's not above Metaphor. I mean,
it's not above Metaphor.
In my list, it's 4.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're 3. That's right.
Those 3.
That's right. So in the middle of S tier.
Yeah, I think
between Metaphor and Erdtree.
Yeah. Okay. Persona 3 Reload. For those who don't know, Persona again, I kind of touched on earlier, franchise about a young protagonist, typically who spends a year in any given area that is kind of put there under unique circumstances, and they discover that they have these powers to awaken their persona, which is this inner personification of their true self, basically. And in Persona 3 Reload, which is a remake of the PS2 game, you play as a character who joins this team called SEES, that is a group of high schoolers that are discovering there's this time period called the Dark Hour where these demons come out and this building called Tartarus rises, and you kind of use this journey, you realize you join this team and help them kind of figure out why is this happening and realize that there are other things at play here. What makes the Persona game so fun is that everything you do connects together, that you live this day-night cycle where every day in the game you play through, for the most part, there are a couple of time skips you'll have any given time, but you have a daytime where you'll go to school as a high schooler, and then you'll finish with your class where you may have been quizzed on a question, and if you got the answer right, then you'll boost your social stat of intelligence, which then lets you interact with certain people who only respect you if you are smart enough or charming enough. And so then you'll use your time after school to decide, oh, do I want to work a part-time job and get some extra money to buy more equipment? Do I want to hang out with someone so that I can build my relationship with them? And each person is connected to a different part of the major arcana, like in a tarot deck. And so they all kind of represent different aspects of people's personalities. And then you spend the evenings typically, in Persona 3 at least, going to Tartarus to kind of fight your way through this tower to try and grow in strength and figure out what's going on and progress the main story. It's this loop that just is unlike any other game except for Metaphor, which also has it, but slightly different. And it's a series I absolutely adore. It's one of, if not my favorite series of all time. It's really close between that and Kingdom Hearts. And Persona 3 is one that I played originally on the PS3, the PS2 version, FES, and I played it immediately after Persona 4, and it also didn't hit for me as much,
Really?
ironically.
Yep.
And I liked it, but it was older than P4, which was already an old game by the time I played it. Didn't have as many quality of life things. Thank God you can directly control your party in this game, which you could not do in P3 FES.
What?
Yeah, it was like the computer would control your party members, and that game was hard.
Oh, that's gross.
It was bad. It was very bad.
Oh no.
And so this game has a lot of quality of life improvements. You are still ultimately just climbing the one main tower, which is a big knock on it from the other Persona games where you're going into different themed dungeons as you go. So it does get a little repetitive, but there's a lot of flash, a lot of style to it. This core gameplay loop of the type-based attacks is still really great and satisfying. In this game, it's interesting because P4 and P5, the stories are just very... There's twists and turns and things like that, but it's a pretty consistent story. You know really what you're doing from the start. And P3 is almost more of a slice of life game in that you're kind of just going with the flow. You don't really know what's going on from the start. There's a lot more mystery, I think, to some aspects of it. And you're kind of just going because demons are bad. You got to stop them. And you're trying to figure stuff out as you go, which makes it feel a little less... I think the beginning can feel a little more plotting to people, but the loop is just so satisfying. And I think that it being a darker game than some of the other ones makes it stand out a little bit more unique. And once you reach a certain point where things really kind of start to come together more, and it's just a much more tragic game than the other ones and deals with themes in a way that I think is specific to this game that I really, really appreciate and come together in a really, really special way. And I think that the remake specifically really boosts this game because the voice acting is just so good. I mean, the original game was voice acted, but I think they really took characters in certain different artistic directions here. You get to know some of the male party members a lot better in this game because in the original you didn't have as many options to hang out with them. And it is one of my favorite franchises, and it's really, really hard to pick what my favorite game is in that franchise. And I think that
I was gonna say, how would you? And I know this might be a tier list for another day.
It really is. I mean, they all have something that makes them so unique. Like I like the cast in this game. It's not my favorite cast. I like the story in this game, but it's not necessarily my favorite story. But the culmination of everything in this one might be my favorite. They all have their strengths and weaknesses. But the music also that they added for remake, Color Your Night, dude. Oh my lord, dude, ruined my Spotify rap last year. It's all I listened to, dude.
For
It's
real.
so good. The soundtrack, especially the stuff they did specifically for remake, is so good. This game is incredibly special. The ending is incredibly special, and I think about it pretty often. So
That's awesome.
Great game.
I can't. This is another one that I also can't wait to get to. I feel like that's the theme of today. Is
You got a lot of homework, dude.
I got a lot of homework and a lot of really, really long homework.
Last year was crazy because I look at the list of all the games I played and I was like, I don't feel like I played as much as I did. And I was like, oh, because I spent hundreds of hours in the ones that I did play.
Yeah. That's the thing that kept me from it the most, I think, whenever it came out, because I wanted to give it a shot, but I also kind of wanted to play 4 before getting into, you know, any of the newer stuff and the remakes and, you know, all that kind of stuff. But I'm excited for it. I got it on Black Friday.
I'm just glad you like Persona now, dude. You scared me when you said P5 didn't do it for you.
It still doesn't hit. It might hit whenever I go back to it. Who knows when I'll go back to it though? I don't know. We'll
You never will. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, probably not. But yeah. All right, cool. Well, that was your number 4. My number 4 is gonna go at the bottom of the S tier. Probably. I don't think that it's a better game.
Brother.
I don't. Everybody in the comments gonna call me a freaking gooner, but my number 4 is Stellar Blade. In case you didn't know, I'm a big action game fan. So the general like combat of this game and the mechanics of the combat I think are so cool, with it being parry based. You played a little bit of this game, right?
I beat the game, yeah.
You beat the game. Okay, yeah. So yeah. The parry mechanic I think is so sick.
Yeah. It's like, satisfying, gameplay game.
And the parry itself is just satisfying. Like the amount of times that I got to a boss and was just immediately just reading attack patterns and just parrying stuff right off the bat. Like I one-shot so many bosses because the parry felt so good, and everything is so well, like, what's the word? Telegraphed. Everything's telegraphed so well that I can read it so easily, and it just feels good to do. Like even just like running around, you know, just random enemies, you get all these skills and all of these, you know, cool like little flashy things. And is it, you know, super anime? Yeah, for sure. It's, you know, but I don't know, for this being, I'm pretty sure this is the studio's first game. This is Shift Up, and I'm 90% sure this is the first game. If it's not, they've done, you know, mobile games or something.
Yeah.
In the past, but I mean, I think they did a pretty bang up job, and it's a really easy game to replay as well. I feel like it has a lot of replay value, and a lot of the side content is actually like pretty compelling side content. Like I went through and did every side quest in the game. And
you did.
Is the story great?
Dude, I thought the side content was buns, dude. That was one of the
really
problems I had with it. I thought it was so boring. Like, just go get this piece and go talk to some of it was terrible dialogue. Like I just could not. Some of the dialogue was really bad, I thought.
The dialogue, I will say, is definitely bad. But there's some side quests that stick out to me that I'm like, oh, you know what, that wasn't so bad. Some of the side stuff that is literally just like, fetch quest.
A lot of them.
There is a lot of that. There's a lot of that. Or, oh my god, dude. Upon trying to 100% this game, you have to. So there's a fishing mechanic in the game. You have to catch every fish in the game. I've never wanted to rip my hair out more.
Yeah,
my thumbs hurt so bad.
I didn't even touch that mini game.
I hated it.
I don't really like doing side content in games, but I did a couple in this one, and I was just like, nope, it is just not for me, dude. Yeah. I thought a lot of it was really bad, and the dialogue. I mean, the game it's a very fun game to play, but for me, that was kind of where the appeal stopped. Like, there were some flashy bits of it, as far as it, like you said, very anime as far as the style. It's not just it feels good, but it also stylistically comes together.
Right.
But I didn't care about the story at all. I thought like almost all the
story's
are
bad.
Really bad. And
I do agree on all of that.
It's my 12. It's close to the top 10. I think it's a good game, but like S tier is kind of crazy, bro. That's kind of wicked.
It might not be. I mean, yeah. I mean,
You think it's better than Tekken?
Thinking
Tekken 8?
probably, yeah.
It's not better than Yakuza, dude. There's no way.
Is how about that one?
Oh, okay.
And it's probably not even better than Tekken 8. I will definitely recognize that this game. This is my hot take of the list. This is definitely my hot take of the list.
Yeah,
because I enjoyed this game a lot more than a lot of other people. And
I thought about using my teardrop on you there. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, but I don't want my first teardrop to be to bring one of yours down. That's a little dirty, but I will allow it in A. I'm not in love with it, but
I really do think this is a good game. I think that they've got some stuff to work on whenever inevitably Stellar Blade 2 comes out. Like I think that they've heard the internet feedback, and I think that they will kind of remedy some of that if Stellar Blade 2 does come around. But I feel fairly certain that they'll.
I think what hurts the most is I'm looking at Nine Souls underneath it, and like I didn't care that much about the story of Nine Souls either, but like from a gameplay standpoint, I'm like, no, I like Nine Souls more too. But
yeah.
But I'm not trying to drag your choices all the way down.
No, of course.
I'm in a unique position where I've also played it, whereas a lot of the ones I picked, things like that, you haven't played, so I don't want to. We can leave it in A.
And do I feel weird like with this all the way down here? Yeah, yeah, dude, for sure.
We're talking about things that emotional impact for me is obviously huge,
very important.
So like, yeah. Also, I was thinking that too. I was like, yeah, Neva like broke me, but Stellar Blade, got a lot of costumes. It's
It doesn't. I do have a lot of costumes in that game. Yeah, a lot of. Yeah.
So I don't want to sabotage your list. Maybe we'll come back to it, but we can leave it.
Yeah, we can come back to it. I'm definitely.
It's now Metaphor and S, top of S, then P3 Reload, then Elden Ring, Shadow of the Year Tree. Then we get to A tier, top of which is Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, Tekken 8, Stellar Blade, Isles of Ether 2. Then we go down to B tier, top of which is Nine Souls, Neva, Marvel Rivals, and Angerfoot. And then filling out C tier, we got Mario Party Jamboree.
The lone wolf down there. I'm definitely man enough to admit that I don't think that Stellar Blade deserves to be up here, maybe over these two games. I am man enough to say
you want
that.
to bump it down?
Hell no. Not if maybe. We'll have to see how we're looking at the end. But yeah.
Quick.
You hate that game.
I don't hate it. It's number 12. It's a good game. It's a good game. I had people that were getting mad at me because I said it was a good game and they didn't even play it. They said it looked terrible. I was like, well, you haven't played it. I have. It's good. It does feel good to play. It's just, that's about all.
I'm pretty sure it's the game that I sank the fourth or fifth amount of hours into. Yeah.
There's a lot of side.
I think it's my fourth or fifth most played game this year.
That's crazy. Did you get the platinum?
Yeah. I don't think so. If I did, I don't remember it.
Sure, wild, man. So my number 3, we already talked about. That's Metaphor, baby. That is Metaphor ReFantazio.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So you're actually up, sir.
All right. My number 3. This is the first one that I'm going to put into the S+ tier. All right, and you may or may not agree with me on this. I don't know how much you have played this game.
Oh, I know.
I've played so much of this game. It came out almost a year ago, and I'm still playing it to this day. And it's Balatro. I have never been more sucked in to a roguelike the way that I have been sucked into Balatro. It's kept me on the hook for, like I said, now almost an entire year. I played it it had like a demo come out in February, and then it came out, or maybe it was January, and then it came out a little bit later. But ever since then, I've just been on it. It's my easy, like, turn it on real quick, play a 30-minute run, and see how high you can get, and watching the number just go up every time that you get a new little thing, every time you go to the shop. It's the most satisfying thing in the world, and I've literally never played another game like it, and I'm pretty sure that I will continue to play it for the foreseeable future. Like I don't ever see myself getting tired of playing this game ever. How much have you played this game at all?
I have. You want to hear something funny?
What?
On my personal list, Mario Party Jamboree, the very bottom of our list, is number 14, and Balatro is number 15 for me.
Ooh.
I have played a couple of hours. This was a really good Steam Deck game. It just, at the end of the day, it just didn't draw me in like what you just said it did for you. I know it did for like everyone else, so I guess it comes down to roguelikes not being my preferred genre, my number one genre, whatever.
Yeah.
It was cool. I like it. It's a fun little game. I look at my top 15 and I'm like, yeah, that's still good in my mind. I get it.
Yeah.
The closest I've not played it a ton. I've probably played for like 2 or 3 hours. I got one run all the way to the last hand boss, whatever you want to call it, and
the boss plan.
I couldn't beat it. And then I just never went back after that.
No.
So it was one of those ones where like once I started playing it, I was like, yeah, cool, yeah, I'll keep going. But like every time I put it down, for me, it did not call me back. I was not ever feeling the urge to go back.
Yeah. It took a long while for me to get into it. Like it probably took me, 10 or so hours to really like understand like the deeper mechanics of the game kind of, and figure out, synergies with the different jokers. But those that don't know, Balatro it's a roguelike kind of centered around poker and poker hands and playing cards and stuff like that. You get jokers, which are essentially, we'll call them like kind of power-ups in a sense. They help increase your score. And each joker has a different ability. There's some jokers that they give you chips, some jokers that give you multipliers. Whenever you play a hand, your chips and your your multipliers get combined together. They get multiplied, and then you get a bigger number off of that. And then it can go up into the billions. It can go up into the trillions. Like I can't even think of the highest hand that I have had, but it's been in like the upper trillions.
Can you get to like exponential values too? Where it's like it can't even fit on the screen. It does like the different.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a point that you can literally basically reach a point to where the game can't even process the number that you've put into it, and it just breaks the game. It just soft locks you, and then that's just the end. Congrats, you beat Balatro.
Yeah. I mean, it's cool. I don't begrudge anyone for liking it. It's I'm surprised it's S+ tier for you though.
It's my favorite roguelike that I've ever played, and I've played a lot of roguelikes.
Yeah,
it's like really up there. Like it's up there with like Hades for me, which is no small feat. It's pretty like big shoes to fill, like Hades.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it's most of the content that I've consumed for the past year. Like I hopped off the Marvel Snap train and I got on the Balatro train, and I watched almost nothing but Balatro for a year straight, and I'm still watching.
And now
new stuff keeps coming out, and
you're back.
Hopefully they add some more like deals
with Marvel Snap again.
Yeah. Yeah. Finally back on the Marvel Snap. We'll see how that goes.
Time will tell.
See if second dinner pisses me off
at some point.
But yeah, that's my number 3. I don't really have much else to say. Fun card game.
Yeah, I wouldn't be my S+ tier, but I understand. I get it.
If I have to, I would use my teardrop on that one
to like cancel out my.
Yes.
If I were to say put it in, okay, well, I don't know. Like I said, I don't.
That's my one sticking point. I'm down to move anything else anywhere else, but that one I do think stays up there.
If you leave that at S plus tier, then how about we move Stellar Blade down?
I'll do it. No problem. I know that game is not good.
We put 9 souls above it, and then I'll be happy. It'll be done.
I suppose.
I'll let you put it above Neva because you also, even though you should have finished Neva, you also at least we both played both of those, and so I know that you like Stellar Blade more. So I can, even if I would put Neva above, I'll let you, put Stellar Blade above it since you've also played both and you put it above.
Yeah. If I had finished Neva, it might be different. We might revisit.
All you got to do is sit down for like an hour and a half, bro.
So like an hour.
You could do, honestly, in the time it's taken us to record this podcast, you could have beaten Neva like twice. But this is still,
I hate how right you
I
are.
recommend everyone listen to this and then go play Neva. Do both.
Yeah.
Oh man. All right.
Oh, what's your number 3, Chris?
My number 3 was Metaphor. So
oh yeah, sorry. What's your number 2, Chris?
My number 2, which will be pretty revealing. I've already told people what my games of the year are, though, so most people probably already know this. My number 2
oh, yeah.
is my boy, Astrobot. What a perfect game. I mean, really, all these other games that I've talked about, even the one that we're both going to put at number 1, I know, there are a lot of little things I could nitpick. A lot of things I really wanted to be critical of. I could really get into the nitty gritty and latch onto. And Astrobot, I just couldn't do it. There's just nothing. There is the only complaint I can give you about Astrobot is that it's so good. I just wish there was more of it. And you know what they're doing, Andrew? They're giving me more of it. They're adding. There's a new level this week. I forgot about. And I haven't.
It just came out.
And I gotta go beat it before you do, because then you're gonna beat my time again, like you did with all the other time trials. You sicko! I'm out here.
I remember there was one night where we just kept going back and forth. I kept getting a notification, Chris is beating your time on whatever level. I'm like, oh my god, I gotta go back again. And beat
every single person on my friends list, and then you went back, and then you ruined it. And I had another friend who did the same thing. But that's just what's so cool. Like, it's this single player. For those who don't know, if somehow you don't know about our Lord and Savior Astrobot, it's a PS5 platformer that came out this year that is featuring this cute little guy, cute little robot, and it's a platformer like a Mario 3D World, like a Super Mario 64, Mario Galaxy, but with just these incredible power-ups in almost every level, many of which are unique to those levels that you don't see repeats of. You get the ability to turn down to the size of a mouse, and then you completely get a different perspective on a level. You get the ability to put a dog on your back, and he's a jetpack because he goes like, rah, 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 just boost you forward. You get a chicken that you put on your back like a jetpack, and it just shoots you straight up. And then you have a whole different level of verticality. You have an ability that lets you slow down time when you go to a casino and they're constantly doing these slots over and over again, and you get to use it to stop. You get this flashlight that, like, you just get, there's so many unique abilities. You get this ability to absorb everything like a sponge, which makes you blow up to like double the size, which you can then use to throw yourself down and water the things around you, or you can use it to just increase, how far you can reach. It's just.
And my favorite thing is that none of those power-ups ever get like overused.
No,
I think they're all used like 2 or 3 times. Yeah. Like over the course of the entire game.
And
like, it's so cool.
It's these levels that are just the most vibrant, beautiful things you've ever seen. The music is so fun and just unique as well. And it's all on this little cherry, the cherry on top is that it's a love letter to the last, 30 years of PlayStation, where you get to see all of these little robots that you're rescuing as you go, and half of them represent different characters that have lineage on the PlayStation history. So you'll get a little robot that looks like Sly Cooper, or you get a little robot that looks like the Bloodborne Hunter. Like it, and then there are things that are infinitely more obscure than that are clearly just in there because the developers love them and there's a history there. I mean, it is just And each of those ones that you capture go back to this hub world that then each get their own unique animations that further highlight how cute and creative that they're being with all of this stuff. And on top of all of this, you get all these DLC levels that they've added since then, completely for free, some of which were speed time trials, which are a fun diversion, one of which was this awesome Christmas level that was just a like a montage of all of the different power up. You get every power up that we were just talking about like one more time in the game, and you get to use it while you're going all over this little island. And you, I could just pinpoint so many unique, specific situations where you're seeing something that is just so creative in a way that so few experiences are, and is just pure joy. I mean, I love stories and games. I love the emotional impact that you get from performances and from writing that is elevated to a different level. But this is just the epitome when you bring video games to the core of what they've always been. It is pure fun and joy, and it feels like it was made with so much love. And it is just it's so amazing. I love it so much. As someone who grew up on PlayStation, who that's such a huge part of my life. Some people are like, "Oh, there's all these just it's an ad for PlayStation," but it's not just PlayStation games, and they're all done so tastefully. And even if you took them out of it, it would still be a spotless platformer. It would still be incredibly fun. I've been playing Astrobot since the VR one on PlayStation VR, where there were no cameos, and it was still one of my favorite platformers of all time. It's just pure joy, and I love it dearly.
Yeah, it's also my number 2. It's I mean, it's pretty. It's about as close as you can get to like a perfect platformer. Straight up, it's up there with Mario Odyssey is my favorite 3D platformer. I would put this game right up there with it. Like the gameplay itself feels amazing, platforming feels cool. Like, and like you said, like all the cameos and stuff, like you could take them out. They would change absolutely nothing for me. I mean, it's fun to see all that kind of stuff for sure, but I would still have the same amount of fun with this game, whether a character from Guilty Gear like they get all these like crazy like deep cuts up in there, and it's so cool to see some of my favorite lesser known franchises like recognized on that kind of stuff. And you're talking about the mouse level, whenever you get smaller, yeah. and it's like a whole new level. Like it's one of the most like mind-bending levels I maybe have ever played in a game. Like that's the point where I knew that like, wow, like this game is like something truly like special, really. And,
dude, it's got that awesome song that plays, the Quell from Mars, what it's called whenever you're it's just there's just so much charm. I can't not. I smiled so much playing this game, and the ending,
yeah,
even the credits. I'm not out here to throw shade at any other games. We're here to celebrate, right? But if I was gonna throw shade at the game, it would be Blacksmith Wukong, which I didn't really care for, and I played to completion this year. And I remember telling one of my friends, I had more fun playing the credit level at Astrobot than I did in the entire game of Blacksmith Wukong.
Jeez.
It was really more of a compliment to Astrobot than it is a slight, because it's just even in this aspect of the game that is just a text crawl for anyone else, it was a level celebrating people and the player and history. Like it's just a game full of wonderful touches like that.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, dude, I was going somewhere and I totally forgot. Oh, and I've seen some people kind of knock like the enemy design and the boss design and stuff, and say it's a little generic. And dude, even if it is, I don't care. Like the game itself is fun enough to where if anybody does think that kind of stuff is generic, I can completely overlook it.
Yeah.
Because the boss fights themselves are fun. They're also cool. They use whatever like power up was introduced in that little galaxy, and try to make something cool out of it. And
cameo level.
They kind of feel like the big action set pieces of all these bigger like kind of AAA games. Not to mention the levels that you get after you beat the boss in each galaxy.
Incredible, dude. Incredible.
What?
The second one,
dude,
I think about it all the time still. And the third one.
Oh my god.
I mean, all of them are great. They're all fantastic.
All of them are so cool.
Yeah.
They're so freaking cool. And oh man, I want to go now that we're talking about it again. I want to go back and play it again.
Yeah,
this is one of the most fun platinums that I've gotten for sure.
After the Christmas level, I almost deleted it, but I was like, maybe if I keep it on my hard drive, they'll know and they'll give us more DLC. And now we're getting more DLC every week for the next month. So I made the right call. You're welcome. You all owe me. Yeah, perfect game.
That's awesome. Yeah, this game is fantastic. I hope they keep churning them out, and I'm glad that they're winning so many awards. Like they truly deserve it. They really, really do. This is a really, really special game.
If you haven't already, go watch the Min-Max rapid fire interview with the director of this game. I forget his name, Dumont, I think. It's so fun. It came out like right before the game came out, and he really. It's a whole series they do of developer interviews before games come out. That was previously done at Game Informer, but it teases a little things now that the game is out that are fun. But he's a good sport. The guy is so.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. That sounds awesome.
All right. Well, we both know what our number one is. It's a game that we went to a concert for last year as well, which definitely didn't add any bias to our opinion whatsoever.
Drove 5 hours away.
And it was worth it. It is
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Not a perfect game, like the
definitely not a perfect game,
and yet one that I still love with all my heart. You want to start with this one?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like, I'll start with kind of like my Final Fantasy history a little bit. I played Final Fantasy VII for the PS1 for the first time back in 2019 or 2018, one of those. And boy, that game is ugly and it's clunky. But man, is that not one of the best stories?
Like in the combat sequences.
Yeah, in the combat sequences, yeah. They still like that kind of stuff still looks good. But I mean, that story is so incredible and I loved all of the characters and it completely blew me away and it kind of like changed the entire trajectory of me as a gamer because that was the first like real JRPG that I had played personally besides Pokemon, whenever I was younger. So to get in with that game and fall in love with it like that, Remake came out the next year and Remake, this is definitely a hot take. Remake is my favorite game of the gen. Like, for sure. Oh. It's my favorite game of the PS4, Xbox One gen. I've played through it maybe 8 or 9 times. Like, very often do I go back to that game and just replay
40 never.
Yeah. I just replayed it again at the beginning of this year. Like, just because. I just wanted to turn it on. And then for this game to come out and take everything that I loved so much about Remake, enough to play it as many times as I have, and just multiply it by like 100. Like, I'm talking every zone being completely open. The combat, the way that the combat has evolved in Rebirth is incredible.
The reason it's my game of the year over even Astrobot is that one of the biggest reasons I think it's the best combat system in any video game. I mean, I think that there's nothing else that molds real-time action with the strategy of turn-based action better, and it feels wholly unique and it feels so satisfying.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's part of the reason that I'm up here too. I mean, we're both very similar in the sense that I also think that this is the best this is the best combat that I've ever played in any game. Period. Like, and I thought that whenever Remake came out.
Yep.
I was like, this is the best combat ever. I don't ever want to play anything else ever again.
And I remember Integrate came out, and I was like, wait a minute. Now it's got like these team up attacks. That's even cooler. And now Rebirth came out. And I'm like, wait, that has even more of that kind of stuff. Now it's even cooler.
It's like, how can they even top it in whatever part 3 is? Like, I don't know what else they could possibly add besides, whatever characters are left to be playable from the original party. But I mean, is it a perfect game? No, like not by any means. It's definitely got some bloat. But for me, who enjoys playing the game as much as I did, I don't care.
I didn't
give me the bloat.
Find it distracting. I mean, I know a common critique of the game is that it feels bloated, but you don't have to do it. And I know some people complain like, well, if it's side content, then some people I feel like make the argument that if it's there, it should be playable. That it's meant to be played. And I did the majority. I didn't platinum the game because this platinum is insane, but I did like basically all of the side content, and I enjoyed it. Like I did it because I wanted to, and when I did stop enjoying it, when it was like all the minigame stuff at the Gold Saucer, I was like, okay, well, I don't need to do all this part, but the actual story stuff, story related side content, I thought was all really good. And again, it probably just comes down to the fact that even when you got me doing stuff that isn't necessarily the most interesting, when it's wrapped up in that combat system, I still have fun because it's just fun to build up my party and figure out what works best in this scenario.
Exactly. And that so many of the complaints that I also hear, it's it's about the bloat, it's about the mini games, there's too many mini games, blah blah blah. Dude, I'll take all the mini games. I think all of them are, I say all of them, I would say that 90% of them I have a blast with. I mean, Queen's Blood, are you kidding me?
Queen's Blood is the only... I cannot think of another time that a video game tried to put a card game, mini game in it that I actually enjoyed. Much less one that I enjoyed as much as I do Queen's Blood. Which I would actively
Queen's Blood is amazing.
Like, I won't say I'm a Gwent hater, but like Gwent didn't grab me even when I played The Witcher either. It's like that's the one I feel like everyone else always points to, and so
yeah, I hear that one a lot. I've never touched The Witcher. That game is very intimidating, but I hear that Gwent is like insanely good. Like Horizon kind of had one.
Yeah.
And then that one didn't grab me. As soon as I got into Queen's Blood, I'm like, oh dude, I'm in. Yeah. Like this is amazing. And so many of the other mini games. I mean, I don't know if this is a spoiler or not, but it's kind of like Fall Guys, but you're frogs. Like, dude, come on. It's who thinks of this crap? It's so cool.
Yeah. It's fun. And like that level of wackiness and wonkiness is also the other big reason why I give this game of the year, because it's not perfect, but it has so much heart. I mean, the parade sequence, how do I say this without spoiling anything? I mean, the sequence with music, the
sequence with music.
I'm not gonna spoil it, but there is a moment where
the sequence with music, that sequence. Yes. Yeah. Okay, yes. Definitely.
No, in the silly side quests, like Red 13's entire kind of, thing, his character arc in the story that can be a little silly, but is also has a lot of heart and depth to it whenever you really dig into it more. I mean, there's just so many elements, so many examples of this over-the-top zaniness that is paired with performances that I think are fantastic and come from a place of heart that we just don't see in a ton of other games. And I think it molds those two things really well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I thought that I loved that cast of characters whenever I finished like original Final Fantasy VII. Like, after playing remake and rebirth is like I would literally die for these characters. Like I love all of them so much. They're all so cool. They have such like deep arcs, and the way that they all like connect together, and they all just feel like one big family. And like, God, I've never loved the cast of characters more than I love this cast of characters in this game.
Yeah.
And that's coming from like a Kingdom Hearts fanboy. Like, I probably love this cast of characters more than
Careful.
More than the Kingdom Hearts cast.
Careful.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
Well, you know, in Kingdom Hearts 1, it's basically the same, so it's fine.
Yeah, for
kind of cheating.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cast is great.
I
mean, it's just the music is incredible. You know, the story.
God, and the bosses.
People say, the bosses are great. I know another common complaint that people have is that they feel like the story doesn't really go anywhere, and I just don't fully understand that argument. I mean, I
don't
feel
either.
like it is the middle part of a trilogy, which is historically known for kind of suffering for, you know, this is the part where you kind of got to get through to get to the big finale. But I mean, there's a clear purpose behind what they're doing. And I think ultimately it's more interesting to me to have these kind of stories where you are driven more by whatever is impacting the characters in that moment than these plot devices that are maybe more predictable or that we've seen before. I guess how you could consider that meandering, but I think it's more character driven and a story that is so made what it is because of the characters. It's like, that's what I want.
Exactly. So. The amount of times that I played this game and literally like said out loud to myself, like, I can't believe that this is real. Like, so many times. Whenever you know, and this is kind of it's in one of the first trailers. Whenever you walk out of the doors in Calm and you're first introduced to like the open world, like being able to like run around there after playing so many hours of Remake, being able to just run around and just be like, wow, like this is my life for the next 200 hours. And then I sat there and I grinded it for 200 hours and, you know, whatever, 3 months, got the platinum. I hated it. I hated the platinum.
Can't believe you did that, dude. That's insane.
It's so brutal. Please, Square, do not make me do that again.
I think they've already said that they're going to make it easier for the next game, which I'm like, all right, well, now I'm not going to feel proud if I get it because I know that they're going easy on me.
I challenge you to go back and get that platinum. I really do think that you would have a good time figuring out like all of the cheese strats and even like the real strats, because that's like the core of the game.
I said before that I really kind of want to go back and do a replay of all of it before leading up to whatever part 3 is, because I also was thinking about going back and replaying Remake, but that's a pretty big commitment. I don't know about that.
That is a pretty big commitment. Those
games can be hard anyway, so I know how hard they must get when you're on hard mode and doing all those insane challenges. So
the challenges, screw Chadley. I never want to see his face ever again. Yeah, that's it.
That's all there is to
it. All right. I could babble on about this game forever. Yeah. So I'm going to cut myself off for the sake of time. And how are we feeling on rankings? How are we feeling on where things are placed?
Just looking at that.
Because I'm not going to lie, dude. Truthfully, I'm kind of okay with where everything is, with the exception of I don't know if this needs to get bumped down. I don't know how big you are on that.
It would make the list more even, which I do appreciate. I have to decide if I want to do it for the sake of evenness or is that unfair to the game. I was also thinking about bumping Nine Souls up to AA.
That's what I was also kind of thinking. Do you think that it belongs up here?
I'm just torn because I did find some of the navigating that environment kind of annoying, but the gameplay is like the combat is just so good.
Um, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to putting it up here. I might not even be opposed to putting it above Rivals, truthfully.
You don't need to.
Just because Rivals is just so like multiplayer focused, and
I feel like if you played Nine Souls, you would really like it. That's the thing.
Oh, I'm sure that I would.
But I don't think you need to put it above Rivals, because you sounded pretty passionate about that.
I do really like Rivals a lot. I might play it whenever we get done recording this.
It's one of those. It's one of those things that, like, when Kind of Funny does their in reviews, and they're like, well, even if I don't think this is this, I do think it's better than this, which is where this is. That's kind of where,
yeah.
I'm at. But is Angerfoot C tier? I don't know. It's fun.
Is Stellar Blade C tier? Don't go there. That was bait, and you took the bait. Don't do it.
I would use my teardrop, dude.
Oh no,
that'd be dirty. That you negotiated. You let me talk you down to B tier, and then I was like, all right, now I got you down here, I'm gonna slam you all the way onto the ground.
Do it, dude. Do it.
That would be wicked.
I wouldn't hold it against you. Fair is fair.
I mean, I don't have to use it, but if I'm gonna use it. It would even out the list.
It would even out the. You like, dude? That's so.
Angerfoot is 10 and Stellar Blade is 12. I mean, they're close, but teardrop, yeah. Teardrop.
Oh, it feels so bad.
For the sake of the symmetry, you know,
for the symmetry. Well, in that case, you know. We just do that, and then it's perfect.
Yeah, no. I think I feel pretty good about this.
I think I also feel pretty good about this. Are you? I mean, do you have a gripe with this?
No, see, the difference, I guess, with why I think Stellar Blade should be lower, and I don't mind as much that Balatro is higher, even though it's way higher than where I put on my personal list, is I can at least see more. Like, Balatro does feel like more of a taste thing. Like, I played it, and it didn't draw me in, but I get it, at least. Whereas, like, I played Stellar Blade, and I think the combat is really fun, but I do think that the writing and the dialogue and the performances are enough to bring it down pretty significantly for me, because I didn't care about the story. I actively didn't want to do the side stuff. It's like kind of the opposite argument I had for Final Fantasy, where it's like, I don't have to do the side stuff. Because I didn't, but I did try to, and I just actively found it an actual waste of my time. So that's more why I kind of like that a little bit lower. Not to dog on a game that you really liked.
No, dude. I dog on it constantly. I've already said it like 5 times. I know this is not the best game ever.
Combat, it does feel good in combat. And that takes it a long way. I mean, it's still in the top 15 for us last year, so I feel pretty good about this.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm honestly cool with where everything's at. I don't really think that much rearranging really needs to be done. Besides what we've already done.
Metaphor.
So for audio listeners, I should start from the top and then go to the bottom.
No, you can go from bottom up.
Go from bottom up? All right. In C tier, we have Stellar Blade and Mario Party Jamboree. Hurts my soul.
Mario Party at the bottom, to be clear.
Mario Party at the bottom, yes. B tier. At the top of B tier, we have Neva, followed by Marvel Rivals. And then at the bottom of B tier, Angerfoot. In A tier, we have Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth at the top. Tekken 8, Rivals of Ether 2, Nine Souls at the bottom of A tier. In S tier, at the top, we have Metaphor, Persona 3 Reload, and at the bottom, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree. And then an S plus tier, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Astrobot, and Balatro. I feel like that's a pretty solid 2024 list right there.
Yeah.
I got no gripes.
Yeah, my only thing is if Metaphor should be an S+, but
ooh.
Just
I wouldn't hold it.
Let me see what it looks like when you put it up in S+. Just let me see what like.
I think it looks kind of good up there, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't disagree with you on this. I mean, enough people have said it to where, you know, it's probably belonging of that spot.
I do think it gets the ending from a combat standpoint. I just felt like I had to grind so much to get the archetypes I wanted, which meant that I was over leveled, which meant a lot of people said they thought the ending was really hard, but I was super over leveled by it. But it was.
All right, you make a decision in 3, 2, 1.
I mean, what do you think based on what you played? What do you think? What do you think?
Froze up. What do I think? I mean, I don't think personally that this game is on the level of Astrobot or Rebirth. Personally, I also haven't finished it, so I can't say as much as someone who has finished it. Do I honestly think that Balatro is, you know, the same level as Astrobot or Rebirth? Like, no, but.
So you're saying Metaphor and Balatro should both be an S?
No, Balatro should definitely be an S+. This
is actually the exact opposite of what you just said. I don't think those were the words that came out of your mouth whatsoever.
But I like the game enough that I would still put it in S+, if that makes sense. I can recognize that it's not to like the technical achievement or like, you know, just to the achievement of these two games.
S+ does feel pretty exclusive. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Maybe you might be right. Oh no, I'm not. No. You've talked me down from every game that I've put on this freaking thing. I'm not gonna stand for it for one more second.
Higher, dude. That's what I said.
How does it look?
I like that. I like that a lot.
No, I actually do like that.
Especially because I feel like we're both really passionate about Astrobot and Rebirth. Whereas, like,
yeah,
I understand Balatro, but like, you're the one who's really passionate about it, and I feel like I'm more passionate about Metaphor than you are, at least at this point.
Yeah, S definitely. Yeah,
me, okay. Like, normally there's not even an S+, right? Like, it's usually just S. So if we're gonna have something above, like, that feels kind of sacred. And then we have 2 in the very top and 2 in the very bottom.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Right, well, let's recap for everybody. Well, we don't need to go through the whole thing again. The only things that changed were now in the S+ tier is exclusive to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Astrobot, with S tier being led by Balatro, then Metaphor, Refantasio, then Persona 3 Reload, and capped out with Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree.
Beautiful. We've done it.
Feel good about this. I like this a lot.
I do too. The first tier list of many.
And yeah, with that, after a brief conversation about a couple of tiny topics, we're at the end of our first episode of the Teardrop Pod, and my clock only says we're at 4 hours and 20 minutes. So I think we could keep going. Who knows what this is going to be edited down to?
Let's go till the sun comes up. Yeah.
I am fairly confident the version you all hear will not be that long, but it's got to be long. I mean, so for those of you who stuck it through all this way, thank you very much. I hope you've enjoyed it. We'll keep workshopping the format of the show. You know, let us know what you think. I'm a big fan of long podcasts, but I also know some people aren't. There's, you know, in theory, you know, us spending time on Brave New World, that's something for the movie lovers. We spend a lot of time on video game stuff too. At some point next week, I'm thinking about bringing a TV show in for a topic. You know, so there's going to be different media for different folks. Maybe this gives a little more leeway for more audience members. But let us know what you think. If you think you want it a little bit tighter, show runtime. If you have topics that you want to hear us talk about, if you have tier list ideas that you want to hear us tackle, definitely let us know all of that. And how are you feeling,
Yeah.
Andrew, at the end of this?
Feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty tired. I need some dinner.
Yes, sir.
I need to get some grub. We've definitely been at it for a long while, but I mean, it's been a good time.
It's fun.
It's been a really good time. I think this is a very successful first show, and yeah, I hope we keep doing it and keep doing it good. Well,
looking forward to it.
And then,
thank you, sir. Thank
yeah.
you for everyone who listened or watched. And until next time, well, actually, before we go away, our plan is to upload once a week at this rate. You know, we may have a couple of special episodes here and there if we decide that we have something big like a state of play that we want to do a breakout episode for. We're still figuring this all out as we go, but we do want to be sustainable and keep this going for the foreseeable future. So your support is very much appreciated. Make sure you share this with a friend if you enjoyed it. And we're not sure yet what day this will go up, but our goal will probably be to do around the same time every week. So whatever day this is, plan to come back the same time next week. Hope to have a YouTube channel up as well as the RSS feed. So feel free to go subscribe to that as well. Subscribe to Andrew's channel. What's your personal YouTube channel?
I think it's just Slurmp. SLURMP.
You can see his full state of play reactions if you want to go through it again. But with Kayla this time.
Yeah, and the link for that will be the link for my YouTube channel will also be in the bio of the YouTube video of this podcast. So feel free to check that out and all that. And yeah,
cool. Well, thank you, everybody. Hope you have an awesome week, and make sure to drop in again.
Oh God, yeah, we'll workshop that one. All right, bye everybody.
Bye.